Coffee though, so we're good. Mic's working. Thank you. We haven't done one of these in a long time. We haven't done a date night, a solo date night. I just took taking myself out for a date tonight. We haven't done that in a while. What's up? What's up, babe? Your husband's hitting on me. What's up, Belcher? So yeah, solo. I don't think Jeff's gonna be on. I have this sneaking suspicion. It's good, Anthony. Thanks, man. It's going good. I broke a piece of my tooth off, like on one of my molars. Do I need to I'm going to Mexico next week. It doesn't hurt. Do I need to go get that fixed like now or can I wait a little bit? Do we got any dentists in here from the stress? No, not from the stress. Bless Tex. It's from your dad. Hard as a rock. Yes, I have to now. Oh yeah, I could probably get it done in Mexico. Oh, great idea. That is a great idea. Brilliant. All right. Mom, are you here? Can somebody text my mom and tell her to set me an appointment while we're making I need my mom to set my dentist appointment. I didn't even think about that. I don't know if she's here or not. Let me text her and see. I'll tell her we're going live. She's so mad. Let's see if she has any good dentists down there. God, you guys are good. Sal said he can fix it. Yeah, right. Sal will knock out the rest of my teeth. I don't think Sal's gentle. I don't think that Sal's gonna be a gentle person. BBL dental working at BBL. Am I gonna have to look up what a BBL is? What is that? Oh, all right. Brazilian butt lift. I expected that to be so much worse. That wasn't bad. Yeah, just a Brazilian butt lift. That's not bad at all. I can be gentle. Suddenly there's a lot of dentists in here. Probably gritting your teeth. No, I had a cavity when I was young, and I think because it's like such a clean break where it is, I think it was maybe from a cavity from when I was young. I got cake, I'm good. Yeah, I could lose a little cake probably. Do you think we'll truly have another election in 4 years? Yeah, I do. I hope so. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jen. How many baseball cap? A lot. A lot. I'm a terrible dresser, but I just always liked hats. When my mom used to get so mad at me and I would never throw them away. So since I was a kid, I've always had a collection of hats. And that way you just have to, then you have an excuse to dress plain because then you're just like, well, I didn't have anything that went with a hat. So you can just, no, I don't need help with my style. I got hoodies. I got hoodies. That's my style. Yeah, I do have hair. It's true. I do have hair. But I have like weird curly hair that's hard to cut. I don't know how to style it, so I'm just gonna put on a hat. Sorry, Archie. Sorry, Archie. Uh, I don't think I could keep going in the direction I was going. I mean, that's a pretty tough existence. Hoodies and sneakers type of girly here. I like that. Oh, you gotta pay extra for that, Susie. There's actually the last TikTok I had. The last TikTok I put up. I had my hat off. There's a couple TikToks in there with my hat off. You can find them. Can you summarize the new direction? I think it was in a live I missed. Sure. I don't think. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing the Bob Hope hat. Appreciate that. The new direct. I don't know if it's not that I'm going in a new direction. Honestly, like I have the same goals. It's just that the more I thought about it, the more I realized like I want to be able to influence elections. I want to be able to give people stuff that works on their family and or their friends or in their debates. And I think that we just have to be better on messaging. Um, just looking at the polling and in places. So we spent a lot of time talking about Donald Trump because a lot of us believe in justice. Like, and I know, like, it's especially if you have ADHD, and I'm sure it's with other neurodivergent areas, but like, we have an increased sense of justice. Like, we have an increased desire for justice, right? And not everybody feels that way. And when we look at the data after the election, it's like, okay, well, justice worked this much and it wasn't enough. And so if justice wasn't a good selling point, like our next best option is to get people to vote with us so that we can get justice, right? We want things to be more just or equal, but that requires winning elections. And so maybe our messaging, instead of focusing on appeasing ourselves with what we like for me, like I appeased myself every day. I shouldn't have said that. Fuck. Shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. That sucks. That's going in there. Terrific. But you do the things that like make you feel a little bit better. And some of those things that made me feel better were talking shit about Donald Trump and pointing out that I thought he was a fucking idiot. And that wasn't effective messaging. Didn't work. Like Dusty was on this morning and Dusty said something that like whatever you want to take from it. Dusty's like, yeah, one time you said I was a schmotzy sympathizer, and that really hurt my feelings. Like, okay, the response can be like toughen up, or I can say, you know what, yeah, like, did I have to say that? Did it accomplish anything? Even if it didn't hurt his feelings, did it accomplish anything? Probably not. So maybe that's not the right person to say that to. Now, if you've got somebody who like just doesn't realize that they're sympathizing and they understand what fascism is and they're highly educated, that argument works. Like that argument works with somebody who understands this stuff. But a lot of people don't give a shit about this. Like not at all. And so the new direction isn't about letting people be more racist. It's just about not getting derailed from the conversation with everything, like everything else. And also recognizing that like my platform isn't the platform for every discussion. Like if we were going to talk about like intersectional feminism, I'd be like, maybe I'm not the person who should be debating this. And maybe I can get back to this because I'm in politics. Maybe when the discussion moves there, I bring it back to politics. And maybe I don't focus on the fact that, like, oh, I might be able to expose a bigot here. Because even if I do expose a bigot there, what have I done? I'm not smart. I don't have enough knowledge to convince them. All I can do is, like, I have enough knowledge to expose that their thoughts are bigoted, but then I can't correct it. And that person's going to be mad. And I don't have the tools in my arsenal to then, like, once you make that connection, to then move on and educate. I don't have that. And so that's more or less what it is. Like I have no intention on just letting shitbags sit up here and say whatever the fuck they want. But if they're being a bigot, I'm probably going to let them go rather than spend 20 more minutes saying, "Look at this bigot," because that doesn't help. None of that helps. And I think frankly, like those people that we gave an hour to, when you give those people an hour, they feel heard, and everybody wastes their time. They just wanted to be heard. So if you know that they want to be heard, don't hear them out when they're being a bigot. Only listen to them when they're not being a bigot, and that changes the behavior because they want the attention and they get the attention. Like the worst people that we debate on TikTok get the attention from us, from me. I gotta stop speaking for us. For me, yeah, and even at the end of the day, like those are the ones that get the most clicks. That's the one I get the most comments on. I admit, like I like arguing, I like debating, I love winning a debate. I think that's terrific. Um, but there's just got to be a balance there, and knowing where I can affect change, and knowing when something is just a massive waste of time. So, and by the way, I'm not apologizing. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying I was wrong. I'm not really sorry for what I did. I tried something. I believed everything that I said. Um, that doesn't mean I was right about everything, but it didn't work. So I'm just gonna try something different. Yeah, it's like teaching children. Well, look, it is. And especially, and not necessarily because everybody's dumb, but also because people aren't that involved. They don't educate themselves that much. How about you change your religion to Trumpism since y'all lost everything? Yeah, dude, because I'm not dumb, you know? I mean, that's silly. We lost the messaging, but you still like I don't think that you guys were right. You won, but I don't think you were right. And I don't think that your solutions work. And I don't think they will work. And I question you, Mickey, whether or not you'll come back when things aren't working. Will you be open and honest about that? Just out of curiosity. Bevy B, what's up?
Hi, Jay.
Hey. Oh, hold on. Let me switch the audio. I'm hearing you through my computer. Give me one sec. Let's try that. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
What is going on? Let me hold on 1 second. Sometimes you just got to give it the reset.
You guys being good? Is it me?
Not yet. Sorry. Why is this not connecting? Of course. Oh, I think we got it now. Now try it. There we are. I hear you now.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I see my blue box now. Hey, I appreciate everything that you're saying. I think there's a lot of validity to all of us doing a lot of self-examination about our behavior. I think though that it's also worth discussing that we were kind of screwed from the beginning in the way all of this went down in the first place with the way she became the nominee. And there were a lot of people out there that just didn't get it. Like I witnessed a lot of people talking who were really smart, really earnest people who were like, how are the Democrats just okay with them nominating this person that didn't get any votes? Like, even though I didn't agree with them, like, there were a lot of people who just really didn't get it. And I don't know that we did a good enough job of explaining it to them. But I mean, I could go down 1,000 different rabbit holes. I think what I really wanted to say is that I hope we don't all fall into the temptation of thinking it was just one kind of problem. I think there's a lot of different problems, and I think that we all need to diversify our tactics, not try to oversimplify into thinking like, oh, it was just this one thing, like I just didn't debate right or whatever. I think it's more about recognizing the person that you're speaking to and not thinking that like one solution is going to work on everybody that you come in contact with, because you teach like in your own case, you teach a lot of people a lot of important things. That doesn't mean like every moment that was spent here was like perfectly crafted, but that doesn't mean that you didn't like increase the knowledge base for all of the people that you listen to tremendously. So what the type of thing you do has value. There's other types of things, other people that do have value. I think that we all just need to make it a very personal self-examination to see like what we can personally do better. And not just
Oh, thanks,
think
guys.
it's just one single solution, because it's not. There's a lot of problems.
I agree. Yeah.
But that's all. I
All right.
just I think that I've seen a lot of people trying to put one like a catchphrase or one sort, this is why we lost, or that's why we lost, or whatever. Like we're all right. It's all
Yeah.
the things.
Yeah.
It's all the reasons are why we lost. We didn't get what we needed from the DNC again. We didn't get what we needed from the campaign, and I don't think we did a good job of realizing how upset people were to begin with. And the more we get away from this, the more I think that the thing that Democrats have been forgetting, or the thing that Democrats have been failing to acknowledge in the last 10 years, is that people just don't trust the government anymore. And
Yep.
it didn't matter how many things that we told them that Democrats were promising, they just don't believe it. And they don't believe that the government cares about them anymore.
Yeah.
It wasn't that we were like wrong about our facts, or the fact that like you had that guy this morning who was like, I just want neoconservatism and neoliberalism to be over. And I've seen tons of people on TikTok who are like, yeah, I just want the system to burn down. I don't care. It's not that I like Trump. I'm just over this shit. Now I think that they're all spoiled and entitled and they have no idea what's coming to them if that were to be true. But like that's where people are at. And I
Yeah.
think that we just took that for granted.
I agree.
That's all.
All right.
I'll
Well,
land
thanks,
my
Bevy.
plane.
I appreciate it.
I adore you. I don't want you. I know you said a bunch of times today already that you're not beating yourself up, but I don't. I hope you don't, and I hope nobody else does either. I mean, what's done is done. Like you said, we all just have to move forward.
Absolutely. No, I'm not. I'm not beating myself up. I moved past that. We already got through that stage of grief.
It might be a bit of a roller coaster for some.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be linear, but thank you again. Thanks for
Thanks,
giving
Bevy.
me a minute to
You
speak.
bet. Thanks. Guys, I do want to just have opposition up tonight. That was my fault. I didn't announce that, and I appreciate what Bevy said, but I do just want opposition tonight. So please, if you're not opposition, hop out of the box. I want to hear from MAGA tonight. I want to hear from Republicans tonight. That's the point of date night normally. So, let's see. What's up, Kaner?
What's up, Jay?
Hey,
What's happening?
just hanging out.
Well, I just wanted to say to you, you've asked me a couple times when we've had discussions or debates, and one thing you said, or maybe not even you, but other people said, like, where would you draw the line, or where would you? Now that Trump is president, I'll tell you one thing that he promised, that he would not do a national AB ban. If that was to be passed and he did not veto, I would vote for a Democrat in 2028. That would be one thing that would be one thing to cause me to not vote for a Republican in the next election.
What if tariffs didn't work, and what if tariffs
That's
wound up being a
that's
big cost on the middle class? Would that be another
that's
one?
really funny you said that. That's really funny you said that, because that was the other one, and I was thinking I was going to say that as well. So let me preface it with this. If he does whatever he does with tariffs, especially if he does a blanket tariff and it does not work, that would cause I would feel the same way about that. Not quite as passionate, but yes, that would be something that would flip my, because I don't think he's going to do blanket tariffs. But and I've actually heard a couple economists, and they may be full of crap, but they said that there's a possibility if he did that, like if he did a 20% tariff on products and then a 60% on China, that it would actually, he explained how it would work. I don't necessarily agree with him, but if he did the blanket tariffs and it worked, then obviously that would not be something that I would not
Well,
vote for them for.
how are you gonna decide, like, when Trump is a success or not?
Yeah.
Because
So
we have to look at the next
first,
year. We assume, like, next year, that's still Biden's policies that are in place. So the
mhm,
economic numbers from next year, that's mostly just what was passed during the Biden administration, right? So then you've got year 2 and year 3. If year 2 goes by and year 3, and middle class is struggling, obviously the rich is doing fine. They got a tax cut, you haven't seen the cost of groceries and housing and all that stuff come down. At that point, would you say, like, maybe we can try not doing trickle down economics? Like,
yeah.
is there an exit point where you think you could say, like, maybe we won't do this anymore?
Well, here's the problem, because just like you said, the first year, like there's some things he can do that aren't economic. You won't see in the numbers the first year, but
Sure.
he could get a good border bill passed, and he could help negotiate these wars to come to an end and come to some kind of resolution so people will stop unaliving. Would be two things he could do that you could measure. And then economically, the problem is like if things don't change fast enough over the next 2 years, economically, what will happen is he will lose the House or the Senate or both, and then he won't be able to continue what he wants to do, and then we'll never know 100% if what he's saying or what he wants to do will work. So something has
So
to
there's
happen
not
economically.
there's no potential exit for trickle down economics during this presidency, is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's
You'll
no end to
wait.
this.
Yeah.
There's no end no matter what. I mean, if he could somehow get 4 years and actually see it come into play and like keep it's not just one thing that's going to help the economy. Like it's a bunch of things that you need to do, and if he's right about it and he gets the whole 4 years to do it, then and it doesn't work, then or it's not at least on the right path, then that would be a giant indication that it doesn't work. So
I got another question for you. You
sure.
said you think Trump will get a border bill. Is that you assuming that he's going to get the House too?
I'm pretty sure last I looked he's going to be at 220.
It looks close. Yeah, it's Democrats have to make up some ground. I just looked. There's like 11 races left, or was it 21? I can't remember how many ever. Anyways, they needed to get at least I think at least 7, and it was going to be difficult, but doable. But so I assume that that's what you're assuming. Trump got his border bill through because he has House control and Senate. What if he doesn't have control of the House? How do you think that border bill will look?
Yeah, it won't look as it'll have more things in it that maybe people won't like and Republicans probably won't vote for is what'll happen. They're going to be stubborn on it, I would imagine. Like
Well,
too much
they don't have any
amnesty.
leverage to be stubborn.
Yeah. Well, they yeah, that's true. I mean, they'll probably have to rely on stupid what do you call it, executive orders by Trump that will get voted down by eventually, and it'll be a fix that'll work for 6 months or a year, and then it'll go back to the way it is. So, I mean,
Because
do
this is one
you
of the
do you
things
you
this is one of the things I had questions about because like Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, they all said that we used our leverage correctly with the border bill. But they killed that border bill. And they said specifically, if this comes back when Trump's president, the Democrats are going to demand amnesty and and something for DACA. So
Mhm.
then you would have to throw out the whole deportation thing would be gone. Plus, you would have to take steps towards amnesty and protecting dreamers, which I'm cool
Yeah.
with. I'm kind of like I'm cool with that, but I just wonder now that we're past the election and you guys won, do you recognize that was just a tool that he used to win the election?
Oh, I said it all along. He totally was
Uh,
using the border to get elected 100%. I said that
and
before, and
and you guys still voted for him anyways, even though you knew he was lying to
because
you?
I thought I thought by him turning that bill down, Biden he put the pressure on Biden to do something, and Biden did do something, and he slowed the border down because he would have Kamala and him would have lost by even more if they didn't do that. He
I
had
don't
to
think
do
there's any,
something
to
to
be
slow.
honest, I don't think there's any evidence that Joe Biden's executive orders had a goddamn thing to do with the numbers slowing down. I mean, he took credit
Really,
for it, but I don't think there's, I
it
think
happened
there's more
fast.
data. I think the data seems to fall more in line with like the economic recovery of these other countries where the people were coming seeking amnesty or asylum, excuse me. I
Hmm.
think it has much more to do with economics than it has to do with those executive orders. We had already like the numbers were coming down before we really had any function of executive orders, and we're talking about numbers of people coming to the border. So I
Yeah.
don't think any of his executive actions had reach outside of our country. So I don't think that actually was an accomplishment. I mean, I agree with you. It was good politics by Trump. I'm just wondering if now that the election's over, you guys are willing to admit that it really this was really kind of extended by Trump. Like we did
Oh, I said it.
extend. Yeah, all right, cool.
I actually said he did it, and but what I told you was that I felt like that Biden waited too long to do executive orders or do something about it, and so
Maybe.
the argument that Trump did that, I think it was worse that they let it go for so long and let so many people into the country and and it was that's so it kind of either neutraled itself out, but Republicans that's their argument, and they felt like, oh, Trump did it, he's going to get elected and he'll do a better job at the border. So
Yeah. I think like what I'm trying to get at is that I have a goal to find more common ground, and because I think people vote for the wrong people based on the wrong things. And the two-party system also forces you to defend stuff that you don't want to, and it causes a lot of us to be dishonest, and that's where the trust comes in. Like, and I
Mhm.
think sometimes it takes the election being over for a lot of us to at least admit to ourselves that we were lying, or that like we maybe didn't have a good argument. I'm sure there's some stuff on my side I could think of. I mean, Joe Biden, for example. I mean, we all were lying to ourselves that he was okay. We all saw it during the debate, and then we were like, all right, fuck, we can't do this anymore. But there's stuff we lie about, and that's where I feel like I wish we could get past that, because we really could have had this election about ideas, and I honestly don't think we did. I think this election was about two people, and it had almost nothing to do with ideas. And I think that was the frustration for me the whole time, is that on the one hand, you have Harris, who's running on these super generic ideas. They're not exciting for most of us, even on our side. And then Trump is running on ideas so crazy that like some people on the right are like, he won't really do that. Don't worry. And we wind up with two candidates who didn't really tell us. I mean, best case scenario, didn't tell us what they were going to do, and because it causes us to fight about like literally the dumbest shit, and ignore obvious realities like the border bill being dead, or Joe Biden not being able to continue. I don't
Yeah.
know. Even
Yeah.
even saying like Trump seems like he's capable of continuing, I think is a little crazy. Like the last 2 weeks of this election, he didn't make sense for like 2 straight weeks, and I just, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think if you guys were being honest right now, you'd be like, I don't know if he's capable, but we'll give it to JD. And so I think maybe you
Yeah.
can understand from us now, like with Biden, we're like, I don't know, like, are we ready to make that decision? We still kind of like Joe Biden.
Yeah. Honestly, if I don't dislike JD, but I like him way less than Trump. And if it was Vivek and he was the vice president, I would be 100% okay if he took over, because he is more thinks the same way as Trump, but doesn't say stupid shit every 5 seconds.
Doesn't say
And
anything.
he
I can't
yeah,
stand Vivek. Vivek is the most like politician of all politicians that I've ever politician saw. When he said
he's
that
never been
one
a
day,
politician.
I know, and that's the crazy thing, but he's so good at it. Like he's so good at politics. When he was on the debate stage, he's like, you want to be a rebel? You want to go against the grain? Try showing up at a college campus as a conservative. It's like, shut the fuck up. That is so phony. That was the dumbest shit. He is so manufactured. There's nothing authentic about that guy. I think we ought to look
Uh,
at like more authenticity. I think one of the things that Tim Walz maybe exposed is America's cool with somebody with average accomplishments. Like we all, if Tim Walz was actually just like around you, you'd be like, I really like that guy. And we
yeah,
could put more people like that in charge. That'd be all right. It's
yeah.
worked out really well for Minnesota. Their state has been done super well under Tim Walz.
I like what he said today or yesterday. He's like said that he feels bad for like the attack ads and the text messages and all the scare tactics, and we need to like just sit down and have a cup of coffee together and figure out common ground. So, and I felt like he probably wanted to say that 2 weeks ago and probably wasn't allowed to say that. So,
Well, he did kind of say that. The couple times I saw him speak, he was pretty consistent with that. He just, I think it's just hard on this side. It's incredibly hard to to say anything nice about Donald Trump. Like, are you a sports fan at all?
oh yeah, I'm a
All
huge
right,
sports
who's your
fan.
basketball team?
Oh, the Warriors.
Okay, all right, that's perfect. Yeah, it is, because how do you feel about Patrick Beverly?
He's a.
No, actually, how do you feel about Draymond?
I love Draymond Green. So you're
How do
gonna
you
go
think
and how do you like
how
Patrick
do you
Beverly?
think every other team feels about Draymond?
Oh, everyone hates Draymond.
Trump is
Yep, everyone
Draymond.
hates Draymond.
Trump
That's
is
true.
Draymond. Yeah. So
That's
it's like
that's a
it
good.
sucks
That's
so bad.
perfect.
Like if he's on your team, awesome. If he's not on your team, he fucking sucks. That's why like the whole world hates him. Like everybody
Oh
hates
yeah.
him except for the ones that are like on his team.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Patrick Beverly, on the other hand, like he's not on my team, and he always like gets in like Curry's face or Draymond's, it, like gets
Yeah.
on him, and then he. So, but
But
I
Kamala
appreciate him
Kamala is Shane Battier. You know what I mean? Like harmless.
though.
Nobody has a real
Yeah,
strong opinion. but because it was
Yeah.
Trump, like it was like we had to pretend to have these strong opinions about Kamala. There's no
Mhm.
strong opinion you can have about her. She's just
I know.
she's just pretty like steady. She's kind of like always held the same ideas. And but because Trump was Draymond, we had to pretend like Kamala was Patrick Beverly.
Yeah, and it was I was trying to tell people that. I mean, like you can't possibly tell me that like you've heard her speak before she was president when she was a vice president talking about Venn diagrams and the trying to describe the war in Ukraine and Russia and like Russia is a big country. Ukraine is a small
Let me
country. The
stop
big like
real quick,
like
because let me just get to the chat. There is no disrespect in saying that Kamala Harris is Shane Battier. Shane Battier is a world-class athlete who never got too high and never got too low and was a steady hand and was a key piece on like multiple contenders. This is not dogging Kamala. This is absolutely a compliment to Kamala. So please, can we knock that
yeah,
shit off? I think
I
what
think
some
you
of you are feeling is that I'm having a good conversation with Kane or Jay and it's making you a little uncomfortable. But please, can we be? That's crazy. It's crazy to think that's an insult to Kamala. That's absolutely
I,
crazy.
I I think Shane Beatty might have won it. Didn't he play at Duke? I think he might have won a national
Yeah,
championship at Duke, possibly.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player. Uh, all right. Well, I'm glad I got to talk to you, and I'm going to keep listening to you because
Appreciate it.
you've actually taught me a lot of things, and you um, have said some things to me where I've had to like research things, and I like you did it. You keep doing what you're doing, man. You're a good guy.
Appreciate it, man.
All right,
Have a good
Jay.
night.
You have a good
I'll
night,
see you.
man. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Yep. All right. Oh, well, that emptied out the box. Kane or Jay emptied out the box. Oh, it was all friendlies in the box. Yeah. Let me just say, like what I was responding to was the case of misogynoir. I mean, that's crazy. And this is frankly, sometimes this is what I'm talking about. Like sometimes we're a little quick. Anybody who's like a sports fan understood I was not being dismissive of Kamala there. Maybe some people weren't, but like those are some of the things we need to be careful with. I think is just always assuming the worst. Shane Battier was handsome as hell too. Who do I want to run in 2028? I don't know. I don't know who will run. I could tell you who. I'm not super interested in. I'm not really very interested in Gavin Newsom. Um, is AOC old enough yet? If she's old enough, she may run. I like her. Um, I'm interested in Pete Buttigieg. I'd be interested in Tim Walz. I don't think Jasmine's old enough. Um, could we see shit, help me out. From California, the one that always has the charts. What is her name? Holy shit. Somebody help me. Katie Porter. Thank you. Yeah, Katie Porter, I could see. I'm just trying to think of people who I think are going to put their hat in the ring, not necessarily who I think will win. And then I think Shapiro will put his hat in the ring. But Shapiro doesn't interest me very much. Who else am I missing? Is there anybody else? Yeah, look, I think that there's going to be a lot of trepidation in running a woman too, and that sucks, but it's true. Jasmine's late 40s? Get the fuck out of here. Is she really? Jasmine's in her 40s? Gretchen Whitmer, yeah, Andy Bashir. Yeah, I could see Andy Bashir in. Holy shit. I did not know that about Jasmine. Wow. Damn, Jasmine. Well done. So I don't know. I think most of those people I could see myself supporting. Um, I'm just not interested in another like generic. That's why I don't like Josh Shapiro. That's why I'm not big on Gavin Newsom. Like you guys look like you were cut out of a of like a political playbook. You that's what you look like. And I think their positions are that way too. I think a good governor, Gavin Newsom might have enough. Um, he might have enough political capital though to be a really good president. He is liked across the aisle. They do get a they get along with him. California might be an issue in an election. I don't know. I don't know that that rule still applies. Like you can't be California's not like what liberal is anymore. That's what it used to be, but they've changed that. Fuck Bernie's playbook. Yeah, Bernie. I can't believe that's Jasmine's 43. Who else am I thinking? Bernie. Fuck, Bernie might run. Was he 100 years old now? Pete Katie Porter would be a good ticket. Martha Stewart, Snoop Dogg. Uh, JB, yeah, Pritzker will probably put his name in there. I don't know how much he excites people. We'll see. I like JB. Jay and Sal. Yeah, that's right. Mayor Pete and Shapiro. I hate that ticket. I honestly hate that ticket. Thanks, Deontay. Appreciate it. Should Jay and I run? Yeah, that might be true. Bernie might live forever. Cory Booker. Yeah, I could see Cory Booker potentially. I don't know. Cory Booker's just so goddamn intense. I don't know if he would like. I don't know how he would do in a primary. He's incredibly intense. Yeah, the Maryland governor. What's the Maryland governor's name? Who's the governor of Maryland again? I don't even remember. Why don't I remember who the? Oh, Moore. Jack. Oh, Wes Moore. Oh yeah, he's jacked as shit. Yeah, he'd be good. He'd be really good. Actually, that might be. Yeah, that might be a good front runner. Wes Moore might be a really good front runner for right now. And hey, look, I don't know. I would love to see. I would love to see Kamala run again. I don't know if she will, and I kind of don't blame her. But I'd like to see her run again. I'd like to see what she does with uh, a full field and see if she can. I'd like to. I wish I could have seen Kamala run without being attached to Joe Biden. Like as the sitting vice president, it was a really awkward position that you had to run on your own policies, but you couldn't undermine the policies of your predecessor. Nobody usually has that. Or they haven't had that for a while. I think that was a tricky position, especially when your predecessor was historically unpopular. Um, that's a tough position to be in. Because if she would have, it could have been it could have been great if she shifted left. Hindsight's 2020. Or if she broke from Biden, could have been bad. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to be in that position. I feel like she deserves a better opportunity. Just take an op in the box, by the way, real quick. Maybe this won't be a long date night. Sherrod Brown he's 71? Oh shit. Yeah, Kamala might be that might be a good idea. Run for governor. That's not a bad idea. Joseph Patrick Kennedy. I don't know. I don't know any Joe Kennedy. What do I know about Joe Kennedy? Um, I don't know. We just lost the worst POTUS in American history, and you still want to run a POC or minority candidate? I mean, look. I understand. I understand. I understand that feeling. I understand the trepidation. A non-APAC candidate would be great. Look, I mean, APAC, that shit. Maybe it doesn't even matter at that point. The next time we run, I don't know. We need a non-APAC for like our preferences, but I don't know how much that helps. In fact, being APAC backed seemed to help in this election. Being backed by APAC was a good thing for a lot of these folks. The left has been told no one wants what you're selling. I don't know what that means. Bree says, "What kind of appeasement are we talking? I promise I can help." I don't doubt for 1 second, Bree, that you can help. I don't doubt that. Sal says, "I know you said you're not beating yourself, but can I?" No, no. Oh, I read that one, and also from Bree. Me, you, the clapper, spider, pretzel, and more. Do your Googles after. Spider, pretzel, and more. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm sure that should make my face red. I have no idea. I guess I'm gonna have to Google that shit later. Did anybody get that? I saw some people had said like having Biden step down so Kamala can be the first female president. I don't know. Would she want that? If she wants to do that and they want to do that, I don't care. I would be surprised if she wants to do that. Trump supporters are going to learn real soon why they should have supported blue. Yeah, that's what I think too, Vegas. I think the same thing. You're scared for me, Dan? What are you scared for me for? Social Security is gonna. Do I? Yeah, I do think. I mean, look, Republicans, if they have full control, I do think they'll try and cut Social Security and Medicare. If they didn't, it would be more surprising if they didn't. For as long as they've talked about it, it would be shocking if they didn't. But I. Oh no. But here's what I actually suspect. I suspect that they will spend a bunch of money, and they'll do a tax cut, and they won't cut anything. It would be shocking if Republicans cut anything. I don't think I mean Elon can't just go through and cut, and he's not going to get full cooperation from the Senate. They're all bought and paid for. What are you gonna cut? I think it's just going to be they're going to balloon the national debt. They'll lead us into a recession. I think that inflation will go up and it's going to drop. Like we have the rate cut announced today. We'll have another rate cut, and we will get by the time it's time for Trump's policies to be put in place. We're going to have like a year and a half to 2 straight years of growth, positive GDP growth, low unemployment, rising wages, and then I think that'll plateau and send us towards a recession. And it'll be just like every other Republican presidency in that way. That's the scary thing about Trump is like his vindictive side for us. Like my biggest concern with Trump is will he be as vindictive as he said he would? If he is, yikes. If he's not, slightly less yikes. What happened to Parker? Yes, Don, we're doing it this evening. I'm just giving the MAGAs their opportunity to speak if they want to be heard. This is MAGA night, and then we'll do some stuff like this more often, twice a week. Yeah, yeah, yikes in all caps first. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kayla. Oh, really? Yeah, I saw his topic. I don't know if TikTok wants to go back to that topic or not. I did see that. Switch insurance companies or whatever supports DT. She say I honestly don't care about all that normal political stuff. It's the human rights, dangerous for me. Yeah. His topic was is being gay immoral? Uh, yeah. Some of you might have heard enough of MAGA, and if you don't want to hear from MAGA, then you don't have to stay. That's fine. Maybe not MAGA. Maybe it's people in the middle. I just want to give Republicans an opportunity. Or if you have big disagreements with me, we can probably talk about it. Parker. Oh, he's just shutting it down for the night. Parker should have rated somebody that has opposition. Thanks, Bree. Appreciate it. The left needs a Joe Rogan. The left needs like an older, like the old version of Joe Rogan, the guy who could like hide his partisanship. We'll see his. It'll be interesting going forward. See what Joe Rogan does. Just check something real quick. Oh, Discord. Sports Current, I just can't remember. I don't remember if you're one of Cam's accounts or I know there's like another one. I don't know who's Sports Guy and Sports Current. I never remember. Or if you're oh, it is Cam. Get out of here, Cam. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. What's up, SK?
Hey, what's going on? My
Hey,
internet is like really messed up, so hopefully it'll work okay. And I only have a few minutes, but
you're
I thought I
good.
would say hi. I was scrolling and saw that you were live.
It's
And
nice to have
you
you.
had a good point. Right when I scrolled in here, you made a good point that I had never thought of. I had never thought of the position that Kamala was in, being the VP and trying to run a campaign without undermining Biden's policy.
Oh, you should have listened to me more. You could have had that one earlier.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, it's a tricky way to run. A sitting vice president, they've run before, and it's always tricky. But if you're the guy that you're replacing isn't perceived as doing a good job, it's pretty hard to run.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that in depth, I guess.
Yeah, that's one of the real interesting things about Trump only getting one term here, is running after him. If he doesn't absolutely kill it, it's going to be hard because nobody's going to be as popular as him. And if they're not like, look at our immaculate record, it's going to be pretty tough. I think it'll be hard to get like turnout.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to stop by and say hi, and I thought you made a good point there. I really
Yes.
hadn't thought about that.
Well, we'll win you. Our goal is to win you over slowly. So
That's never gonna happen.
I know.
But I will say that I've been trying really hard not to be one of those assholes, that's like rubbing it in everybody's face and all that. I hope that
You don't want to rub your
I
asshole
hope
in other
that
people's faces. It's not cool.
I just hope that everybody can start to talk about things we have in common and work on actual solutions to problems and maybe, work on actually healing and peace. And I
Yeah,
know
I'm
it's
interested in
probably
solutions. I don't know
super
that
naive.
I don't know
It's
that
probably
we're
super
yeah.
naive, but that's what I want. Like, I
I
want
don't think there's
actual
going to be
solutions.
peace at all, but I do think that if we focus on like actual policy rather than people, then I think like even through like even if people are arguing, even if it's even if it's escalated, it doesn't turn personal in the same way if we're talking about actual policies. So that's kind of what I hope for in the next little bit,
Oh
that we
yeah,
can,
no,
yeah,
definitely. I
because
definitely,
then we'll be good.
even if we
Then
are
then we'll
arguing
win.
and it gets all heated, I'm cool. After it's over, it's over, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
But I do think we need to focus on like actual solutions. And I think we probably all have more in common than we think we do. And I think we need to be demanding that that policy is put forth to fix the things that we actually want fixed, instead of focusing on giving the left a win or giving the right a win, or we have to block this from the other side because this would be a win for them. We the people need to demand that our government actually solve these issues.
So I had Kaner on here earlier. I think you're friends with Kaner, right? Or you know who
I
Kaner
don't
is?
know.
Kaner J.
I don't know.
All right.
I'm
Kaner
not.
J was ready, and this is gonna be my new litmus test, just to see like when I can get on. Knowing what you just said about like legislation and how you're using it, are you guys ready to admit that Trump killed that border bill for the election?
No, because I actually
All
I
right.
know
We'll
for
get
a
there.
fact that I know for a fact that everyone already felt. I mean, you can listen to James Langford talk about it on the floor like 2 months ago. He said that Trump did say this, and he said, but my colleagues on this side of the aisle had already expressed that. They already felt that way. Trump wasn't swaying anybody's mind.
He's in the
He was just
Senate,
saying
and they had the votes to pass it in the Senate. That doesn't make any sense.
he was just saying what they all already thought. No, but you have to understand Langford was trying to get people to pass
Wait,
it. He
but
was
then
trying
why
to
did it
argue for that.
pass
What are
in
you
the
talking
Senate?
about?
Like
You're
in the
talking
Senate,
about the border security.
yeah,
Are
yeah,
you talking about
they
the
took
border
like a
security
roll
acquisition
call
bill?
vote. I mean, I don't think they even recorded it, but the only reason they sent that bill back to the House is because they said this will pass in the Senate. So House, pass it.
Well, I have no idea then. I don't know what happened in the Senate. I mean,
Trump
all I know
Trump
is what
killed the
James
bill.
Langford said.
He
I
said he
don't think
did.
so.
Well, why does he
I
say he
don't think
did?
so. Because he says a lot of shit.
So he would lie about killing the bill?
I don't think it's a lie. I think he thinks that he said something out loud, which of course they admit that he said, but according to James Langford, on the floor about 2 months ago, he said that Trump said, don't do it. It doesn't have everything in it that we want. And he said, but that was already a widely held belief by my colleagues.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, in order for it to pass, you didn't need Republican consensus, right? Because there were Democrats willing to vote for the bill because it included Ukraine funding. And so
Well, but it
it
had
wasn't
to
like
pass
we
the
were,
House.
no, it would have. It would have. The House is close. You just needed some Republicans.
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I
I mean,
wish, I
yeah,
do
that's
wish
what
something,
Hakeem
I do
Jeffries
wish
said.
something would have been passed because I feel like something would have been better than nothing.
Okay, so then I think it's fair to say, like, yeah. So instead of saying Trump, how about Republicans killed the border bill for the election?
Bruh.
Is that fair? I feel like this. Listen, I understand. Like, there's stuff that we can admit now.
I
Like,
mean, I
maybe we don't
can't
admit to
say that
ourselves
they
then,
did
but
it just for the election because I do see what it is that they were wanting and what it is that they were arguing for and the things that they weren't putting in it.
yeah, but now you're not going to get that, right? Because now the Democrats have all the leverage. So you're going to
How
have
do
to
the
put in. You're going
Democrats
to have
have
to put in
leverage?
something for like DACA or for amnesty. So you're going to get a less conservative bill out of this.
I don't know. We'll just have to see, I guess.
Well, how do you think the Democrats are just going to be like, yeah, we'll just pass it for you. We don't need anything that we want. We'll just let you pass your border bill. We'll let you do the deportations, and we'll just let it all happen. Or do
No,
you think
and to
Republicans
be
are going to
honest,
start talking
I
about
don't
getting rid of
think
the
like,
filibuster all of a sudden?
I don't know.
I bet, you know what?
I don't
I bet
know.
if it can't pass, I bet Republicans are suddenly going to become pro ending the filibuster. And
That
that's
would
not
be
like,
wild.
look at that. People play that game all the time in
Can you
politics.
imagine though? But I mean,
Yes.
really, could you imagine? Could you
Yes.
imagine them just like turning around and being like, all right, we want to end the filibuster?
Yes. Because I watched them do it with the Supreme Court justices when they're all like, look, we understand that Obama has the right to put up Merrick Garland and we're supposed to vote on it. But since it's an election year, we're not going to vote on it. And if this ever happens to us in an election year, we will do the same thing. So they didn't let Merrick Garland through. Then they appointed a judge. Then when it came up to appoint a judge in an election year, they're like, just kidding. Yeah, I don't know why you would be shocked that those people lie. Like, you shouldn't be shocked when politicians lie, even when they're on your side.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they'll
Politicians.
absolutely, if it helps them, they'll our side too. They'll end the filibuster.
Yeah.
But I think one of the hard parts
I
of us
just,
saying like, are we going to heal?
I
Are we
think
going
the
to come
filibuster,
together?
I do.
We
But
do have to start being honest.
But can you admit, whenever the Democrats were saying, and we're going to end the filibuster and blah, 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 can you admit that it's probably not a good idea to end the filibuster?
No, I want the filibuster ended.
You think so?
Yeah, because like, I understand the arguments from both sides, but I'm just looking at like our recent history, and the filibuster has been used time and time again to do things like shut down the government, to not fund things for a political agenda. I think it's used as a political tool. I don't like its usefulness. I understand the principle behind it, but we can't trust Congress to act appropriately with it. So I don't think they should have the filibuster.
How about we just start putting people in office in Congress that are going to actually do what we ask them to do and quit just constantly playing politics and never getting anything done?
I agree.
I mean, I think,
I
and I
agree.
think I think this is another thing that people forget, that, people forget that we run this, you know what I mean? Like, we, the people, are supposed to be telling them what to do. And I don't think we are holding them accountable. I don't think people are as involved as they should be. I don't think that people reach out to their senators and, their representatives and tell them how they feel about certain, bills that are going to be passed, or let them know what type of policy they want passed, or, when they definitely don't want something passed. People don't communicate with their representatives like they should. And I think I think we've kind of gotten to a place where people just look at the government and they're like, oh, well, they're just going to do what they're going to do. I think people forget that we are the ones that hired these people. We are the ones that pay their paycheck. I mean, they work for us.
Okay. Well, I think that that would start with we can't punish people then. We can't punish people in political parties anymore for going against their party. Like we've got to
Well,
end
I
if
agree.
we're going to do
I
that, we've
agree.
got to yeah.
I agree. I just said this yesterday. I just said, people were like, well, do you think they should go after this person or this person? And I said, here's the deal. I think we as the American people need to decide either we're going to prosecute everyone or we're going to not prosecute and go after people for political reasons. Like it's one or the other. We can't
No, I'm
we
talking
can't
about within parties. Like, if you stand up to your party, you shouldn't be run out. Like, I could think of like John Fetterman's a good example on our side of somebody who went against the party and is likely going to be run out. Anybody who thought Trump should be impeached, run out. Right? Like, we have to create a different structure. One of our biggest concerns with Trump is his loyalty pledges and his talk about loyalty because we're concerned like even if we believe the best intentions possible with Trump, even if we believe he's a patriot, he's putting America first, which I think you guys do, even then like I don't think it's a good idea to have people be that loyal to another human. I think that's a little scary.
I think they need to be loyal to the American people. They work for us, and I think they need to
I'm
quit taking advantage of their positions that we elect them to hold. And I think we need to remind them that they work for us, and we need to get more involved, and people need to reach out, and people need to speak their mind and send emails, make the phone calls, tell them vote yes on this, vote no on that. Here's why I don't like this. Here's why I like this. People need to get more involved, I feel.
Yeah, I just feel I agree with you. It does feel like you're dodging what I'm saying because I do think post-election and you guys never have to vote Trump in again. I think one of the things we need to do if we're going to talk about healing is we got to be honest that we were comfortable overlooking a lot of things with how Trump operated, right? And again, you guys don't have to elect him again, but I think you would see if it was flipped, like if anybody who said Joe Biden was too old got run out of the party, got primaried, got taken off committees, I think you guys would be like, "Whoa, what's that? That party is literally a monolith." Because I
Yeah.
hope Trump does well. I really do. I hope this
Well,
administration is
yeah,
successful.
I would
But
hope that we all hope that because I
but what
mean,
I'm yeah, what I'm asking
if it
is
was
like,
reversed, I would.
yeah, what I'm asking is like, can we count on you guys on the stuff that we're like, what about this? And you're like, he definitely won't do that. Can we count on you guys to push back against him if he
Oh,
does start doing
100%.
that? So like if
Oh,
he start
100%. Yes.
okay,
I
so
think
if
people will be surprised by the way that we will call things out and say, "Look, we trusted that you were going to do this. You're going to do it." Or,
So what are
you
you
said you
looking
weren't.
for like with Trump's agenda? Like what do you think is going to be like he's obviously can't get his whole agenda. If you're looking at like the things that were important to you for your vote, what parts of his agenda were important for you to get put in place?
I think for me personally, it's probably different than other people, but I mean, I think making our country safe was important to me. I think that, making our country prosperous again is important to me. I think um, protecting our kids is important for me. I didn't like the Biden administration changes to Title IX. I felt like that was an abuse of power. I feel like we could do a lot better for our kids, not only in schools, but I just feel like we could do a lot better for our kids. And I think once the laws started getting passed in some of these states, where if your child is going through a mental health crisis and maybe threatening to harm themselves or whatever, if the parents aren't doing the care, I don't know what I can say over here, it's probably not the same over here as it is on my side of the
I think
aisle,
it is.
because they'll take lives down for certain words. So
Sure.
but you know what I mean, you know what I'm talking about. If CPS can come and take your child because you aren't giving them gender affirming care or whatever, and they're having a mental health crisis and they tell a counselor at school, and the counselor calls CPS, they can come take your kids and do these things without your consent.
Do you really
That
believe that?
that scares a lot of
Can
people.
I ask you? Do you
Well,
really
I
believe that?
well, I've read the legislation from
Let's
Minnesota.
read it
It
to me.
happened. It actually happened in Montana.
How did the legislation from Minnesota happen in Montana?
No. I'm saying it actually happened in Montana. CPS took a child away from the parents. This child was threatening
For
to
what?
harm themselves. Oh, because the child was threatening to harm themselves, and they were transgender, and the parents said that
Like
it
if
went
they
against
did, if they said they were going to harm themselves, like if they had to stay with the parents?
No, they were trans. I don't know what I can
No, that's what I'm
say.
saying. Was the person that that wanted that the state took, did they want to leave their parents?
Oh, I don't. I mean, I'll have to pull it up and look at that. I have no idea if the kid was wanting to leave the parents or not, but the kid was 14.
Shouldn't that
Like,
matter?
no, I don't think if the kids want what?
Wait, so if a kid is threatening to harm themselves, unless they
That's
are
not what it.
removed
No.
from
The
the
kid was
house,
threatening to harm themselves because they wanted gender affirming care. They wanted to change their gender, and the parents were saying it was against their religious belief to allow this child to change their gender. So CPS took the child so that the child
yeah,
could
I'm fine with that.
change their gender
Yeah,
because the
that's fine.
parents wouldn't let the
What's wrong
child
with
do
that?
that. Well, what do you mean what's wrong with that?
Well, because that
Who's
child
raising
still
our
can't
kids?
you can't just still go to a doctor, right? Like if you're gonna get gender affirming care isn't a sex change. It's literally the parents
No,
saying you're
there's a
hold on.
different.
Hold on,
Okay,
let me
wait.
finish.
Just for the record, personally, I understand that there's a
I know,
difference
but
between counseling and allowing your child to
I get
dress
it.
and
But what
change their name
was
and do
this
those things.
instance? Like, was this for an actual surgery or was it for gender
No,
affirming care?
no, we know they're not giving surgery to 14-year-olds. I think the kid was 14, and we know they're not giving surgeries to
Well, then
14-year-olds.
help me understand that. If a 14-year-old doesn't feel safe, their parents won't
It's not that
recognize.
the
Hold on,
14-year-old didn't feel
let me finish.
safe.
Could I finish, please? If let's say that, well, let's say in this case, you don't know that the 14-year-old didn't feel safe, but it's possible that she or he did not feel comfortable. They didn't feel supported by their parents, and because because their parents would not even recognize their identity, they didn't want to stay there. I think that's abuse. I think it's abuse for a parent to deny a child's ability to identify, especially when it's clear that not being allowed to identify in a certain way is causing that person real mental health problems. I think that's when the government, I think that's when CPS is there. Like that's what they're there
No,
for.
listen, there's a difference between abusing your child and if again, there's going to be difference of beliefs here because there are people with deeply held religious beliefs and there are people with, different, philosophical ideas and things like that. And as Americans and as parents, we should be allowed to raise our children the way that we want to raise them. And if that's something
What
that
if
we don't
what if the
believe
way
in,
that you're raising them is causing them harm?
then this is where I was going a second ago whenever I said I personally I know that counseling is a part of gender affirming care or whatever. I'm not if my child came to me and said these things, obviously the first thing I would do is make sure that we had counseling and we were able to work through this. Obviously
What did
I
those
would
parents do?
I don't know. I don't know
Okay,
that
so
they did
let's
anything.
play out the scenario where it's not you being a good parent, but the parents are like, "No, that's bullshit. It's all made up. It's part of the woke mind virus. We're not doing this. We're not talking about it. It's not even a discussion."
I think that people have their religious beliefs and have their philosophical beliefs, and I don't think that parents should be forced to take their child to go through this,
But kids should be forced to ignore their own issues for their parents' religious beliefs.
well, they're kids. I mean, what do
You
you
don't think kids
mean?
have you don't think kids have rights?
No, yeah, I think kids have rights, but we as parents should be able to raise our children the way that we want to raise our children. The
Should you be able
government
to
isn't
beat
going to
should you be
tell
able
me
to
how to
beat your
raise my
children?
kids. Well, you shouldn't be able to abuse your children, but are we getting into a
Well,
discussion here
yeah,
over
well, that's my
spanking,
question. Yeah,
or are we getting
physical
into
and mental.
a
But
discussion here over
so
like
are you allowed to
actually
mentally
abusing and
abuse your
beating your
children?
child?
Obviously, we're not talking about physical abuse. Are you allowed to mentally abuse your children?
Well, I think what one person might consider mental abuse, another person might not consider mental abuse.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
agree. I agree with that. So what's the solution? Is the solution that then the parents there you can't choose mental abuse because it's hard to identify, so parents just by default can mentally abuse their children?
no, I just am saying 10 toes down that the government isn't going to tell me how to raise my kids. And
They are if you're abusing them
if
though.
they are taking children away from parents because they choose not to, um,
Give the children the
allow
care that they
these
need.
things to take place in their home, then that's not okay.
So let me tell
I
you that.
don't think
So
that's okay.
I was raised with deeply religious parents. We were not allowed to have sex. We weren't allowed to drink. We weren't allowed to do anything. Now, if I wanted to, actually, we weren't allowed to masturbate. Let's say I just wanted to masturbate, and my parents put a camera in my room, and somebody was stationed there all the time to make sure that I couldn't do that. Do you think I, as a child, have the right to seek help elsewhere where I can exist as a normal human being because my parents don't believe masturbation is okay?
I think that when you are under the age of 18 and you're living in your parents' household, I think you should have to abide by the rules that your parents set. And if your parents set rules that you can't drink and you can't do those things, then you do those things. Number one, how are your parents going to know what you're doing?
Okay, what
Like,
if your
how are they going
parents
to know?
what if your parents set rules that in this family we only watch adult content? You're 12 years old and your parents are forcing you to sit there and watch adult content for hours at a time.
Well, I think that is ridiculous. You can't compare
And
adult
no, I'm
content
not. I'm not
to,
comparing it. I'm asking you where you draw your line.
well, yeah, I obviously think that that's unacceptable, but
Okay,
I
now
mean,
let me ask you a second question. How does that harm a child more than not allowing a child to self-identify? How is that more harmful?
well, I think hypersexualizing kids is never appropriate ever.
I agree, but is it more harmful than telling a kid that who they are isn't who they are? And how do we make that determination of when we draw that line where you've said, I'm not comfortable, like CPS can come take kids if parents are showing them sexual
Yeah,
material,
see, I'm
but
not
if
gonna
they,
do this with
but,
these comments about
but,
my kids and about
stay
my
here, just stay,
parenting and
don't
about
read them,
this
SK,
shit.
just stay with me, just
Like,
stay,
I'm
don't read
not.
them, don't read them, don't read them, stay in the conversation. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like, I think one of the big disconnects that I have, particularly with the folks on the right that I debate with, is that you guys claim that you care about that you claim it's about a principle, but it rarely is about a principle. And so if you
I
believe,
think that parents should be
can I
able
give you an
to raise
example?
their children however it is that they want to raise
I
their
understand,
children.
I
I
understand,
think
but
that the
I under,
government should stay out of
I
what
understand. I understand
how
that you think I
parents are
understand.
raising their
SK, let me
children
fin
unless they're
SK, can I
beating the
finish,
shit
please?
out of their
SK,
kids.
what are you doing? Why aren't you
That, that
letting me
you're
finish? Why aren't you letting me finish anything, right? I've let you speak. You said
no, it's
as much
just
as you want, but you keep cutting me
your
off right in the middle.
comments are always, this is why it's so hard to come in here, because your comments are just horrific. Whenever they're saying, yeah, CPS needs to take her kids right now, she's a horrible
I
parent,
can't control that. And with all due respect, your side held lives about me. You held lives about me.
Wait. I did
I
not
don't
hold
care. And
lives
so
about you.
listen. Don't read the comments. That's my only suggestion. If you don't want to deal with the fact that people on this app are going to hate you, if you're a debater, then don't be a debater. But like, I'm not going to stop my discussion because somebody said something. Like, I'm not patrolling the comments.
Well, there's a difference
Listen,
between
if you
people
guys
saying
are in
that
the
they're going to call
comments, if you
CPS
guys
and
are,
get your
let me
kids taken
finish,
away from
please.
you.
Let me
I mean,
finish, please.
there's a difference
Let me
between that
finish,
and just,
please. If you'll be
making.
quiet for a second, you'll hear that I'm on your side, SK. If you were in the chat and you're talking about another human being's children, shut the fuck up. Don't talk about people's children in the chat. I'm with you on that. I'm trying to get back to this conversation because this is a heated subject, but it's one where like I feel like the disconnect between my side and your side, especially on these types of issues, is a lot of time it seems like you get to draw a line with your morals or your religion, and we don't get to draw a line because it either doesn't fall in line with what has been, or you say that it's, it's made up. But you get to do your religion, which from our perspective is also made up. So it seems like it just doesn't seem like you offer people the same freedom that you want. Like, what if a child was being raised to
Or nobody's saying that if you are one of those parents that, wants to allow these things with your child and you allow that, nobody's saying that they should come and take your child away. Do you see the difference?
Yes, they are.
Nobody I'm
If
not
you sit
saying
your child
I'm
down,
not saying
if you sit your
no, no,
child
no.
down and
I'm not
force them to watch adult content, I'm 100% okay with CPS coming and taking those children.
Well,
100%
no,
on board with that.
what I'm saying, right. What I'm saying is if you're one of those people that I'm talking about, like the gender identity thing, I'm saying if you're one of those parents that, wants to allow that and go through with that and allow them to change their gender and change their name and do those things as they're growing up, then you can do that. I don't think the government should step in and take your child because you allow them to do that. On the same side, I don't think that the government should be able to step in and take someone's child that has deeply held religious beliefs
So in that
or
case, what do? Just let the
philosophical
child
beliefs or
harm
whatever.
themselves? So you just stay out of it and let the child harm
No,
themselves? What
obviously,
do you
if you're a
do?
good parent, you're going to be getting your child some counseling and some
Okay,
treatment.
well,
You're
it
not just
sounds
going
like
to be
these
like, yeah,
parents
go to
weren't
your
getting
room.
that
It's
child
fine.
counseling. It sounds like maybe they weren't, because a good counselor wouldn't say what you're saying. A good counselor would say, look, like this is legitimately how this child feels. Whether you believe that this is a real thing or not, it's very real for your child. That's what a good counselor would say. And they would say,
Well, I need to look at the
you've got to
specifics.
figure out
I
a
need to
way
look
to
at the
coexist.
specifics of the
And
case because all
maybe
I
that
can
means, SK, please come on. And maybe that means that you have to bend yours a little bit, and you let your child identify. And then you maybe set a rule and say, look, we're uncomfortable with this. We're going to do everything we can, but like we're not comfortable with surgeries until you're 18. Fine, you need parental consent to get surgeries. Okay. But then if the child then is saying, if I don't get to leave here, I'm seriously going to harm myself. You take the child.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Well, it sounds an awful lot like you think that abuse shouldn't be regulated by the government.
Well, hold on just a second. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Okay, where were we?
I said it seems an awful lot like you're fine with people the government stepping in some instances, I guess, but not others, and they seem to be based on your beliefs. Like, do you see how this has a very like conservative Christian slant to
No,
it?
I think that it has a parental rights slant to it.
No,
And I
no, it
think
doesn't,
parents have
because
a
you were
right to
cool with
raise their
them.
children however they want to raise their children. And I don't think the government should be telling you
No,
how
no,
it is
that's
you
not.
can
You
and can't
just
raise your
said.
kids.
You
Just
just
like you were
said
talking
that
about
that wasn't
abuse.
true.
What one person might consider abuse, another person might not consider abuse.
Wait, but
Somebody
SK,
that
you
doesn't
already
at
said
all in any
this.
way support spanking might not understand that there are people that might spank their child responsibly, and they have like a whole discussion about
Responsibly
it.
abuse your child. I don't know about that, but you already agree.
You think that spanking in any manner at all whatsoever is abuse?
Yes. I think it's
Okay,
late.
see,
I think it's
again,
late. I think it's lazy parenting, and I think it's parents taking out their anger and frustration on a
no. There's
child
a difference
who can't.
between
Well, excuse me.
disciplining
Excuse me.
out of
I
anger.
think, because you asked what I thought, so I'm going to tell you what I think. I think it is lazy parenting done by parents who they want to control that child so badly that they decide that the only option for them is physical force against
I
that
don't
child.
spank my kids. Just for the record,
Whereas
for
I'm
all
I'm
your
not done with my
trolls
opinion
in the
yet.
fucking
SK, I'm
comments
not done
again.
with my. Okay, well then maybe you got to go.
Like
then.
I don't even feel like
All
an actual like good faith conversation can take place over here because
All
it's
right.
just
Have a good night then.
It's totally different. It's just a totally different environment. And I don't feel like in my life, the comments are that horrible towards the other person.
Yeah, well, they
I
are to me.
don't
They are
feel,
to me.
I
So,
don't feel
but I
like,
stick through it. It's fine. SK, if you don't want to be here, you can go. But listen, if
well,
you
I
think
really only have like 5
if
more
you think
minutes.
that this is like, I think you're running away from this conversation by using the
I'm
comments. I've
not
asked you
running
like
away from this
I've asked you like
conversation. I
5
could talk
times. I've
about
asked
this
you like
all day
5
long
times
because I
to do.
literally
Excuse
advocate
me. I've
for
asked
parental
you
rights.
like 5
That's what
times
I do.
to just not read the comments and have a conversation with me. And this is like
Well,
the 5th
whenever
time.
people are
This is like the
saying, you
5th
know,
time.
yeah,
Yeah, the
call
only reason you know
CPS
what they're
because he
saying is
spanks our
because you're reading
kids.
the comments, SK.
It's hard whenever you glance down at your
It's
phone
not
and
that
you see
hard.
the
I haven't read the
comments.
comments this entire time. It's not that hard.
And there's a difference whenever
Well,
there
look,
are actual crazy
I'm
people
gonna
on
have
this
you go.
app.
I'm gonna have you go. If you can invite me to your live sometime if you want. If this isn't a safe place for you, I totally respect that. You should go. But if we're gonna derail the conversation to talk about the comments, I'd rather just go separate ways.
All right. Well, I only had like 4 minutes anyway, 6 minutes anyway.
Yeah,
So
you feel like you cut me off in the middle of my point to complain about the
I'm
comments
sorry.
again, which
At
makes me
least
feel
finish
like you
making.
weren't
I'm
listening, which
sorry.
makes me
I'm
feel no. There's
sorry.
people. No, we'll
Finish
do it again
making your.
later. Like I think things just got a little heated. I get it. People were talking about your kids. I think
Yeah, I
that's
mean
fair.
that's
I
like
think that's
a
fair.
that's like a immediate like you know.
Fair enough. All right. Have a good night. Uh, was Justin in here? I saw Justin. Justin, where'd you go, dude? Where'd old Justin go? You were in the request, Justin. There we go. What's up, dude?
Hello.
Hey, you doing your HVAC impression?
What happened with him, man? What's going on?
I don't honestly know. I didn't see. But for the record, the video going around of him is actually you, right?
I have no clue. I just saw like the first 5 seconds of the video. It didn't sound like me, but like if you click
I mean,
the
it was
video,
you. It was definitely you.
well, the
Why are you
person
doing this right now?
talking, no, seriously, the person talking in the like the first 5 seconds of the video, I have no clue who that is.
Well, who was the
Like
person
if you go
pretending to be
listen to
Jeff?
it, if you go listen to
I can
that
play
video,
it. Actually, I can play
yeah,
it. Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, play it.
Let me see. I think Jen
Um,
sent it to me earlier. That'll make
it
it
doesn't
easier.
sound anything like me.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm.
Do you think
Like
it sounds like
listen,
Jeff?
I don't think it sounds like him either.
Oh, okay. Somebody sent it to me, I thought. I don't know. Jen, will you
Cause
send it
like
again if you have it?
the video is like only like the first 4 seconds, and then like if you click on it, somebody deleted it or something. So I
Oh,
couldn't
did she
even.
finally delete it?
Yeah, so I couldn't even listen
Oh.
to the whole
Oh,
thing. I
okay.
only heard the first 4 seconds.
Oh, okay.
But if I was in it, maybe I was. I don't know about it, but
Okay. So what's up?
nothing. How are you? How are you feeling going into election night? At first, and then
Hey Justin, hold
uh,
on. I saved it to my own thing. I sent it to you. The video
You sent it
that
to
she
me or
took
to
it down.
Justin?
oh, okay, yeah, I wanted to hear it because I didn't get
Yeah,
to hear
yeah.
it.
I just put it in. I downloaded it to my stuff, so I have it. It's what
Do you want to
I
just throw it in Discord?
I put it in our chat.
Where? I don't see it.
Oh wait, oh that's the wrong one. Let me grab the other one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that's the
there
one
was
of
two.
oh,
I
yeah.
grabbed two, but I have it. So I'll send it. I have it.
I don't know. Going into election night, I saw the polling where it was. I wasn't the only thing that gave me confidence is the early voting numbers. That's when I started getting confident, and when we saw early voting. But by the time like once Florida was doing what Florida was doing, I was like, uh-oh. I thought that if my thought was that if Florida was close, it was going to be a good night for Harris. And not only was it not close, it wasn't even close to close. And then Georgia by about 80% of the vote in, it was pretty obvious. North Carolina was obvious pretty much the whole time. And then Yeah, I think once Pennsylvania was, I don't know, we were what, 90% of the way there. That's when I started saying, "Oh yeah, this is gone." And the blue wave, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. Those were looking troublesome. So we shut it down when they called it for PA, but there wasn't a lot of time that I felt confident.
Well, I mean, I was like very skeptical, like at first, because you guys were leading for a little bit, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
When were we leading? I think Trump had the lead the whole time. He literally got
no,
the
you
first
guys,
two
you
states
guys.
that he got the first two states were Indiana and Kentucky, and he never trailed.
No, I think you guys were leading in PA at one point.
Oh, in PA. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant like overall. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I heard that they extended the ballot or the polling stations until 10. And then I seen that there was like 2 little areas left and they were like red counties. And I was like, oh,
We're
I
not
was like,
talking a lot about election fraud right now, are we?
well, I mean, I do have questions about the 15 to 20 million people who didn't vote in this election.
Well, that's number's going to wind up being a lot less than that. You know that, right?
Wow, that's a pretty significant amount, don't you think?
No, it's going to be less than that. It's going to be significantly less than that. Where are we at right now on
Oh,
the
so you're saying it's going to be.
last I saw there was like 10 million votes in California that still hadn't
I
been
heard something
counted.
about that. They had like
California takes
10
a long
million.
time. It's just that they always call the election early in California because it's obvious who's going to win. But yeah, California is still only 66% in. Arizona got a little more. We're at
What do you think is
79.
going to happen with Arizona? Why do you think they're taking so long?
I think it's more to call it.
Yeah.
Where are we at? 80%. Just because mathematically there's still a possibility for Harris. I mean, that's how this works. They don't call it based on like gut feeling. They just are looking at like mathematically. There's 78% of the vote is in Maricopa, which is most of the state, like most of the population from the state's in Maricopa County. And so what do we have? I don't know. There's hundreds of thousands of votes still outstanding. So there's definitely
Do
a
you
mathematical
think
way.
Kerry Lake could possibly still take it once like the last votes get tallied up, like at the very end?
I mean, let me look at where they're at right now.
Or do you think it's too far?
I don't know what the
ahead?
lead. I don't know what the lead is. Gallego is up. I mean, it's close. The 78% in. He's only 35,000 ahead.
That's what
The
I
thing
heard.
is Maricopa County is also home to like most of the we have a lot of never Trump Republican. In fact, in anywhere in the country, the most never Trump Republicans are probably in Maricopa County. So she's up against not only Democrats, but she's up against a fair number of Republicans there. It'll be hard. I mean, she can do it. She's actually Maricopa. No, she's probably going to lose actually. Maricopa
I don't know.
County,
I
she's
got
way down
Maricopa
and
County is like what? Buckeye, Goodyear,
it's everything.
Avondale,
It's Phoenix, it's
Phoenix,
Scottsdale, Mesa.
Tempe.
It's the entire population of Arizona, basically.
Yeah, Litchfield.
You're picking all the smallest ones. Like
Yeah,
Mesa's the biggest suburb,
that's where I
Phoenix,
grew up.
Scottsdale, Glendale. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in like Buckeye area, Estrella Mountain Ranch. But yeah, no, I know a lot of people out there that support Trump. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and
just
Buckeye's not very representative of Maricopa County. Buckeye's not exactly a diverse area.
yeah, a lot of
A lot of that was all old farmland.
the bull
It's,
riders,
Yeah. Yep.
and horses and stuff and farm.
People that
But
sound like you. A lot of you sounding people in Buckeye.
yeah, and it's kind of strange how the results went. I felt like it was very similar to the 2016 election, except we didn't get Virginia, basically, right?
Yeah, I think that you can look at the indicators and you can see like who Trump was able to turn out, and the type of messaging that worked. And you can actually look back and say like some of that was with Biden. I was also Benny, one of my mods, sent me a video today, and it had a chart in it of, and I didn't know this. Basically every world government um, changed post COVID. So whoever was in power basically lost all their power, literally just about everywhere in the world. So it's kind of interesting. I didn't know that going in. Had I known that, I think that what definitely would have made me more concerned. Because these type of
Well,
patterns are when it's worldwide, it's not necessarily a pattern, or I mean, it's not a pattern you should ignore. So I think we probably could have seen that coming if we would have known stuff like that or paid attention to stuff like that. Our lack of looking outside of America probably makes it so we didn't see that coming.
so when they were saying it was like a neck and neck tied race in the media, and they were like, Harris is very close to Trump. She's leading in some of the polls. Did you believe that, or
Yeah,
like were you a
yeah.
little skeptical?
No, I mean it is a neck and neck race. You just like sometimes you look at the electoral college and you say it's a blowout, but the race, I mean, it's within like 3 million votes. It's not a blowout as far as like total votes go, and the polling is just like total votes. It doesn't really give us an electoral college look. So and even think Pennsylvania was close, Georgia was relatively close, Michigan was close, Arizona's close. All of those were just like a few 100,000 votes away from flipping the other way. So when you look at it like how it actually played out, it really was a close election. It's just that Donald Trump came out on top on a lot of those races, but it's not like he was blowing her out of the water in those tight races. They were close.
Well, what about places like Iowa, when that Ann Seltzer poll came out and said Harris was up by this tremendous amount, and then Trump ended up taking it by like 13 points, I think.
Yeah, good. I was watching Iowa all night. I understand how they got those polling results. It makes perfect sense that they got those polling results, but it doesn't always. It's not always predictive. The problem with Trump is Trump brings out multiple groups out of the electorate this year that he brought out that don't take polls and are also never targeted for polls because they only show up like sometimes. They show up if the messaging gets them excited, and like this was a year like MAGA ran on fear, and it was really effective. Ran on our country's being destroyed, immigrants are poisoning the blood, crime is at all time highs, and we can have disagreement. Like I think all of that's a lie, but it was effective, and so that brings out voters that if you're running on like real policy, those voters don't show up. So I think it's pretty hard to predict that.
Well, do you feel Harris could have done better? Like maybe not so much
Sure.
focusing the campaign going like after Trump, and
Yeah,
like maybe focus.
I don't know if you're here. I was talking to Kane or Jay earlier. Like Donald Trump is Draymond Green. If he's on your team, you love him. If he's not, you fucking hate him. And like to a different level. Like he does things consistently just to trigger you and get at you. And that's what Trump does. But because he's on your team, you don't really care. And so what we felt was very different than what you felt, right? Because we don't trust him. We have bad opinions of him, and then it's just constant. Like he's constantly proving us right all the time. But on your side, it was more like I think Republicans saw this more of as a game than we did. I think for us, it was like serious about policy, and I think for you guys, it is more of like a sport. You treat politics more like a sport. So the people that wind up getting elected right now in the Republican Party are kind of the trolls. Like being a troll is a good gig in the Republican. I'll say this, and I'll say like older millennial is popular on your side. On our side, nobody would care because it's just like 100% emotion, and no disrespect really. Like people like what they like, but Trump did change the party in that way. That like the trolls rise to the top now.
Yeah, but I do feel like she kind of came after him, like bringing up C19 and J6, um,
Yeah,
and
again,
then like
to us and to people who don't like Donald Trump, and just to help you see the perspective, not even necessarily argue, but to anybody who doesn't like Donald Trump, it's pretty that once you hear the details of J6, like it's pretty obvious. Same with COVID. if anybody is coming into it without political opinions and they're just simply looking at what happened, what the data is, where people came from, it's pretty obvious that he was part of it. And so for us, we're like, oh, this is going to be obvious to the American public. I think the part that we underestimated is that the American public even knew any of that shit happened. I saw like a thing out of Vermont that like on election, like the day before election, like one of the most popular things to Google was like, is Joe Biden still running for president? And I'm like, that's what to me, I was like, oh shit, yeah. Like not everybody, most, you and I, we take in politics very differently than most of the people who voted. Most of the
Right.
people who voted don't know 90% of, like, they wouldn't follow the conversation you and I just had.
Do you feel you could have done better with Joe or possibly potentially another candidate?
No. No, I don't think Biden would have done better, just because of just even optically. I think that this was a perfect storm for you and against us. The economy had been bad for a while. You had a border crisis, and people were hurting, and so it's easy to blame the people in office for those problems, and I think that's ultimately what the American public said is we blame Democrats for those problems. Even though I fundamentally disagree, I think that I think the border is largely Donald Trump's fault, and I think that I think COVID he could have done some stuff better. I think Biden could have done some stuff better. I don't think that's either their fault, but I do think that most of the problems at our border at least started under Trump, and he did make them worse.
Well, you don't feel like Biden could have handled the border better? I mean, there's a lot of things he did.
No, I really don't.
Like undoing the 61 border policies of Trump's,
See, but
remain in
but
Mexico.
one of the questions I want to have, like one of the discussions I'd like to have, and maybe it's for you, maybe it's somebody else. This is a debate that we've had for 2 years now. But you know what debate I've never had? What
Mm.
did those policies do, and what's the data that shows that undoing them caused the problem? I think we've always stopped at, do you think the 61 border policies that he undid had an effect? And I'm like, no. And you guys are like, yes. And so, and I actually understand now in retrospect that if an undecided voter is watching that and they're like, well, yeah, of course, undoing the border policies led to this. Like it was fine. And then he undid the border policies. And then we had all these people show up at the border. So of course, but it's not true. Right? Like none of those border policies would have addressed a broken asylum system.
So you think that many people were backed up within a 9-month span from April
Mhm.
to January,
Yeah.
to the point where there were millions coming in? I don't know. I
Let
don't believe it.
me show you a chart that I think illustrates it really well. Let's see if I can find it.
And I do know they finally did come out with the 2024 encounters. It did take them quite a while to get the 23. I don't know if did the 23 come out too with the 4, or was it just the 4?
I wasn't listening. What did you say that again?
The border encounter numbers, I know the 24 numbers recently came out. Like I think it was like a week before the election. Because I was trying to pull them up like a few weeks ago, and I couldn't get the 23 and 24 encounters to pull up.
I haven't looked recently, to be honest, so I don't know. All right. This is the this graph is not very. Let me find the other one actually. I'm looking for encounters. I literally Google this like every day, and somehow I can't find it. Oh yeah, here it is. It's from Pew. Let me throw it over here. So this chart, can you see it at all, or do I need to make it?
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I
Let
mean,
me
I
zoom
can.
in on just this little small section here. So this is this section here on the right. You see this peak, like May, it says May 2019 or May 19. Can you see that little peak right there?
Is that like far left or
No,
middle?
it's so see all the big rise on the right. And
Mm-hmm.
then you'll see, like, if you go backwards, there's a massive dip that came from a really big high.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm talking about? Okay, so that's May of 2019. Uh, we saw a 500% increase in people showing up at our border. These are border encounters. 500% increase. It was massive. You remember Trump was running, and him and Biden were arguing about how to fix immigration, and Trump kept talking about migrant caravans. This is what he was talking about. He was talking about this spike of people. And then you had COVID, and everything shut down. So you see this massive drop. Now, if you take out the drop of COVID, which ends like let's say 2022-ish, or even if you just take end of 2022, you can see that even before we ended Remain in Mexico, those numbers had climbed higher than Trump's peak in 2019. So if you cut out the part where it dropped, it kind of seems like that chart was just on its way up. So if you cut out
Well,
COVID, that
when did
chart, you wouldn't
the
say, if you cut out COVID, you wouldn't say that the problem started in 2022. You would say, ooh, it seems to have started in early 2019.
Yeah, so this is like similar to the chart Trump shows where the spike is in 2019, and then you see the migrant protection protocol Remain in Mexico implemented, and then you start to see it go down.
Yeah,
Then a little bit after that, they closed the border. I know that was like what, April 2020.
something like that. Yeah.
And did Biden was the border closed from April 2020 all the way up until Biden got in office? Was it undone when he came in office, or
Uh,
when was the border actually open?
that was Title 42. Let's see. I don't remember when that date was. May 11th, 2023. No, yeah, Title 42. Yeah, 2023. That's one of the other things. Like, we didn't actually, this idea, like, it was great marketing, but this idea that there was ever an open border is honestly,
Well, I
it
don't
was
mean it
great. It
like
was great
that.
politicking, but it just wasn't true.
I don't mean it like that, but what I mean is like Trump closed the border, I believe, in April of 2020.
Sure.
And it was a partial close. They left it open to trade only. It was due to the pandemic, obviously. But when was it actually opened back up to like the ports for like seeking asylum? Do we know when that was specifically
I
opened
don't
up?
have the dates. Jen, if you have that, you could find it. But I think that was one of the things that we didn't find common ground on, is that Donald Trump was able to shut down the border because we had COVID. He couldn't do it before. He tried. He tried to shut it down before, long before COVID, and the courts basically were like, the courts were basically like, no, you can't do that. And the people around him were like, you can't do that. You have to. The only way to shut down the border is if you have emergency powers, which he was granted during COVID. But those emergency powers expire when there's no longer an emergency. So it's not even
Right,
like even if, let's say, Trump had won, that would have expired. Remain in Mexico would have ended. Title 42 would have ended. Both of those things would have went away whether Trump was president or not. And unfortunately, because of messaging, like, Biden took the hit for that, but it really had nothing to do with him.
Well,
It had everything to do with COVID.
I thought Remain in Mexico is separate from Title 42.
It is, but the Supreme Court knocked it down. Is it? Wait,
Yeah,
am I
no, I
mixing
know
up?
that. I know they
Yeah.
did that. That was like 2022 somewhere time frame.
Yeah.
And
I
then
understand they're
Biden
separate.
had-
I'm just saying, Trump's policies, had we left Trump's policies in place, this all would have happened still.
I don't think so. I think we could have slowed the bleeding
How?
if we had gotten some legislation drafted up. I didn't
But
think it was
you
always gonna
recognize
be
that
like
if that would have happened, if Trump had won and he was president, and a border bill came through, it would have included amnesty, and it would have included protections for DACA, because the Democrats would have used their leverage at that point to give you a border bill that has some stuff they wanted, like amnesty and DACA. But when it was flipped, when Biden was in office, actually, the Democrats had to give, because we want DACA, we want amnesty, but because you guys said no to Ukraine funding, we're like, all right, fine, we'll get rid of DACA and amnesty, but you guys do the Ukraine funding, we'll do the border, and we'll vote on your border bill. So that's why it was such a good border bill for conservatives, and that's why even if Trump wins all three houses, you're not likely to get a better deal than that.
So my question is, remain in Mexico specifically.
Hmm.
When exactly that was undone day one, correct?
No.
When was it? When was remain in Mexico undone?
Like 2 weeks later, I think.
Okay, and you don't think that that would have helped with the surge?
Well, there's nothing we could do. The Mexico didn't want to do it anymore. The new Mexico got a new president, and she was like, "No."
Well, it's not like they can just say no. Like if what are
Yes, they
they gonna
can.
do? What are
Yes,
they
they
gonna do
can.
in return if we just do it anyway?
Well, the problem that we had there is if let's say that we say Mexico's like no, and we're like, well, fine, we're still not letting people across the border. Then we have a humanitarian crisis on the other side of the border that Mexico can't take care of. They have no ability to take care of, and they're dealing with people that are that we're essentially like annexing Mexico into our waiting room. So if you want, what you could have done is you could have changed amnesty laws or asylum laws. I keep saying amnesty, sorry, asylum laws. We could have done that, but the only way to actually fix this problem is through legislation. Remain in Mexico wouldn't have changed it.
No. I understand that. I totally agree with that. That's why I was saying, like, I think that that was just like a temporary thing until we could get some legislation put in place.
It
And then I
was,
know
but then Mexico said
Republicans.
no. Mexico's like, we're done with this shit.
Well, Biden could have, hit him a little harder and been an actual leader. I mean, if he really wanted to,
What was he gonna do?
throw his weight around, I don't know, throw tariffs on him, do something like,
You can't. You
get him,
can't.
get him to
Wait,
get in
wait,
line,
you
get him to get
can't.
in order.
Wait, but you can't because Trump
Sure,
put
we
in a
can.
Trump put in a new trade agreement when he got rid of NAFTA and included in the new trade agreement said you can't tariff Mexico or Canada. It's the
Okay,
USMCA. We can't
so
tariff.
then
We can't tariff
so
them.
then we, so then we just cut off their trade from coming in altogether. Can we do that?
What?
They import products into our country, right?
Yeah,
So why don't we just cut off their trade
you
altogether
can't do
and don't
that. Yeah,
allow
I
them to
I
come?
don't think you can do that either. I'd have to double check. But like now you're talking about like you think
Well, it's
like
ultimately
food
like
prices are gonna prices are gonna skyrocket.
well, it's a leveraging tool, right? Like if they say they don't want us to use remain in Mexico, then what better way to leverage and use our
Well, because
power?
remain in
I
Mexico
mean,
still doesn't really help. How does it help us?
because it makes it to where asylum seekers who are waiting for their time or their court date to finally be addressed,
And we still
they
have to
then
pay.
have to
And we still
wait
have to pay
in the
for it.
neighboring country.
And but
Um,
we still have to pay for everything in that neighboring country. We still have to pay for their housing, for their food, and we don't have our own law enforcement or our own
wait, how do
oversight
we
of those
have to pay
people.
for it? Why do we
Why
have
the
to pay
fuck? Why
for it?
would Mexico pay for it?
Well, why would we pay for it? They would just
Because
be
that's what
sitting
we
over
do
there.
with asylum seekers.
No, we wouldn't pay their hotel and their lodge and all
Yes,
that.
we
No, they would
would
just
if
be
the
waiting
yes, we
over
do it
there.
all the time, dude.
When? I've never even heard of
Every
that.
time we've had asylum seekers, every time.
So we
Not once
were
has because you have to go to a court date. So people show up here as politically persecuted people or they're fleeing a war-torn country. They literally don't have money. You think
so we
before this
were
that when those people showed up, we just gave them nothing? We're just like sleep on the streets until your court date. No, of
so
course
we
we
were
housed
so
them
we
and
were
fed them. Of course we did that.
over in Mexico. I don't know how that's possible, but
What? I didn't hear what you said.
so in Mexico, I don't know how that would be possible. I mean, that's their own country, but so you're
Yeah, but
saying that
they're
we were
doing
paying
something
for them.
for us. So they wouldn't agree to do it if they had to pay for it.
Well, of course they're gonna. I mean, what are they paying for? These people have to come up with their own like way to survive. Like that's not our responsibility.
And when have
It's not like
asylum seekers ever come here with money? Ever. That's the whole point of
what do
asylum.
you mean? They
That's
literally
why we have special asylum rules because people that immigrate
they
here
pay.
should immigrate with money, but people who are coming here seeking asylum, it's a special exception. That's why asylum exists because these are not normal immigrants. These are people fleeing danger and they have nothing.
Not all of them. I mean, some of them do come through coyotes, and they get
It's not usually
escorted.
asylum seekers, usually.
They well, I mean, we're bunching them all in together, I guess now, but um, I just don't see. So you're telling me we've been paying for them the entire time Remain in Mexico was implemented
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
to give them food, clothing, all that, lodge, house.
Yeah, we've been paying Mexico. Yeah, to help us out. We also, I think, paid. I think one of the deals Trump worked out with them is that we gave them funding for their own military to help us
So
out.
we're not actually giving the migrants money specifically. What are you saying, through trade agreements?
What?
Or how are they getting this money is what I'm saying. Like, they're not getting direct cash in their hand, obviously.
Well, they're not
So
getting direct
how
cash
is
in their
it-
hands here either. Yeah, the government. So
That's what I'm
instead of
saying. So,
instead of
like,
the
how's it
federal
being
government
paid?
sending it to the state, like sending it to Michigan, the federal government, and then Michigan disperses the money. The federal government would send the money to Mexico, and Mexico would disperse the money. Works the same way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, so do you think that the bipartisan border bill was a good bill?
No, for you guys it was. I didn't like it. It's
I thought it
crazy.
was
Like
good.
you guys honestly, you guys ignored your best possible bill. It was the best case scenario for you guys. And because
Mm,
Trump wanted to campaign on it,
HR2 was
I
good.
think that's why most people said no.
Well, I thought HR2 was pretty good. I never liked
Couldn't
the
pass.
bipartisan.
Couldn't pass.
Well, they never gave it a chance to pass. They never put it up
Right,
on the
because
floor
it
to
couldn't
vote
pass.
on.
Right.
Well, how do we know if we don't even try?
Well, I don't know. Did we vote on the second border bill?
The bipartisan?
Mm-hmm. Did the House vote on it?
No, it was
Oh.
introduced.
Well, how do we
and then-
know? Why do you think they
Well,
didn't? Why do you
that
think?
didn't- well,
Why do
that
you
didn't
think they
even
didn't bring
pass.
it up for a vote?
Well, that didn't even pass introduction. We're talking about two different
I know, but what
things.
introduction? You mean Mike Johnson refused to bring it to the floor? Why do you think Mike Johnson refused to let people vote on it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
About a phone call.
Why do you think Mike
No,
Johnson
what I'm
didn't let
saying-
people vote on it then? Why didn't he bring it to the floor?
Well, I'm saying, didn't that bill get introduced and then voted no on by, I think Langford voted no on it, and then 6 other Democrats, and then however many other Republicans.
Langford, you think Langford voted no on a bill he wrote?
Yes.
No,
S.4361.
no. Langford did not vote against his own
Go
bill.
look at it. Go look at it.
There wasn't even the bill itself was just so because it has to be introduced in this, it has to go through the House and then the Senate. Basically, the Senate wrote a bill and they got together and they're like, "Are we going to have enough votes to pass this?" And they count and they're like, "Yeah, we'll have enough." All right, House, we promise if you guys pass this, we'll pass it in the Senate. And they sent it to the House and the House never put it up for a vote.
Yeah, so pull up S.4361 on GovTrack and look at the count or the voting, how they voted.
What was it? It's 4361.
S.4361.
4361. Why that? Oops. S 4361.
GovTrack. And then there should be an option in there for
It's just a roll call vote.
where's it at? Closure. It's like there's some option on there that lets you look at like each person individually. and how they voted.
What I'm telling you is that's a roll call vote. It's different, and so then it was going to have to go through the House.
That's what I'm saying though. Like it didn't even get past that, is what I'm saying, and he voted no on that.
Is this his bill? Let me make sure this is his bill, and not the one that they changed.
Pretty
All right,
sure
what
it
is link? I don't think it's the same one.
It's the one without the funding.
Oh, without the funding for
The one
Ukraine?
that got without any, it got modified basically into a single line item immigration bill.
Oh yeah. So this isn't Langford's bill. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so whose bill was it? Why, that was the bill they were talking about though.
So
correct?
Langford's bill included the Ukraine funding, which is why like Langford basically said like I'll give some concessions in my bill because of the Ukraine. Like that was the Democrats' leverage was the Ukraine funding, right? and then the Republicans' leverage was the border bill. When it went down in the House, Mike Johnson tabled the border bill and voted Ukraine funding in. So then when it went back to the Senate, it's like, oh, there's no more leverage. Like we already gave the money to Ukraine. We don't have leverage anymore.
So then why did Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Harris, why did they keep bringing up this bipartisan border bill in Langford's name?
Because there was
And that Trump shot it
the
down.
bipartisan bill included Ukraine funding. It was the agreement, like it was kind of a gentleman's agreement where the House said, "Listen, we'll do Ukraine funding, but you have to send us a border bill with it." And they're like, "Fine, we'll do Ukraine funding with a border bill." So the Senate agreed on a Ukraine funding and a border bill, and then the House, when it got there, they tabled the border bill and just pushed through the Ukraine funding, which is kind of crazy that Mike Johnson like pushed through
Oh,
Ukraine
okay.
funding, but not
So
a
then
border
who
bill.
still was the modified version? The
I think it's Chris
450?
Murphy's bill, I think.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then.
Yeah.
Um, so then do you think that bill was a good bill, the Chris Murphy bill?
I don't know if I even read it. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and read it.
I think basically 5,000 people per day with a cap of up to I think 8,500. And then if they go over that cap, 1,500 per day, something like that.
I mean, I think that would have been better, right? At the time when they wrote the bill, there were over 8,000 crossings a day. I think I saw it would have been if that bill would have been in place at the time they introduced it, the border would have been shut down for like 145 straight days or something like that. Like it actually would have been shut down. I don't think that the solution is shutting down the border. I think the solution is changing our asylum process and getting more people involved in that process, having more judges. But for your guys' goal of shutting down the border, it was the only way to shut down the border because the president can't do it through executive action. The only chance we had of shutting down the border was passing that bill.
Yeah, but why? So wouldn't you? I don't know if you agree with this or not, so I'm just gonna ask you. Um, wouldn't you agree that if we wanted to stop adding to the influx, maybe we should hold off on allowing people to come in and seek asylum until we can get through with what we got right now? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, it could be wrong, but typically it takes about 6 months to process an asylum claim.
Hmm.
But I think now that it's backlogged, it's about, I think, up to like 15 and a half months.
If
Um,
if that is what you want, you have to pass a bill.
yeah, but would you agree with that, or would you be on board with that
Well,
until we could get
I don't
that?
think it's the same issue now. What are border crossings at now? Like daily border crossings now? They're way down.
I don't know, but I'd be curious.
Does anybody have the updated ones? I mean, I can look, but I know they're way down. Where are we at? 2024. August was our or October's our last. We were at 200 and oh no, that's way up. Enforcement encounters. How do we have? I don't understand this. How do we have December
They just dropped
2024
the.
years?
Well, they just dropped the. I
But
think
how
the
do we have
2020.
December of 2024? How do we have that number?
Does it say that?
Yeah, when I highlighted it, it says December fiscal year 2024. I think maybe their
Maybe they're
chart's
just.
wrong. That doesn't make sense. What are we where are we at now? Does anybody know? What our
Well, we're in November, but
that is bizarre. How would we have a December? I don't know, Border Patrol. Why don't you calm down? What's this from? This is from okay, so August is at 58,000. Yeah, we peaked at 250,000 in December. August of 2024 is the last one I saw at 58,000.
so did
So
we go up or down?
since it's been dropping like crazy. Like you can see that lowest point is where we are now. That highest point is where we were December of last year. So in this last year, like it's dropped off
So
to
what's that
we're now
lowest
way
point?
below even like Trump. We're basically at the same levels Trump was at in when would that have been? Like
So what's that lowest
July
point
of
at? That's
2019.
that's
Or no,
July.
July of 2018. Yeah, we're basically back to Trump presidency numbers.
No, but I'm saying, is that current 2024 or?
That's August of 2024. That's the last data that they have on Pew Research. So I don't know if we have new data or not.
I think we did just get new data about, I mean,
Okay.
I could be wrong, but about a week ago. So I'd be curious to see if it went up from there.
I doubt. I think one of the things that was really interesting I saw, like in exit polling, is the amount of Americans who think that border crossings are at an all-time high, the amount of Americans who think inflation is increasing, the amount of Americans who think unemployment is high, and the amount of people who think that crime is rising. And it was crazy. Like on the Republican side, it was like 70 to 80% of the voters believed that. And then on our side, like it should have been those numbers in the opposite, but it wasn't. So even though like crime is precipitously falling, most Republican voters think it's on the rise.
Well, didn't the FBI do something in, I believe it was 2021? They changed the way that they report their crime data.
No,
They
this
did
is
like
this
some new
data is
system.
according to 94%. Like this data encompasses 94% of the population. So the data I'm citing, like there are outliers. Like I want to say it was like LA County maybe didn't report numbers like LA did, but not LA County. There were some places and they've got more people reporting, but the fact that
I'm not
people are
saying it
asking
was
that
like the
question means
whole.
that they're trying to figure out a way to prove that crime is going up because that's the messaging from Republicans is that crime is going up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it like went up the whole entire 4 years, but I would be curious to see what it was in 22 because
Oh,
I know they
it
did.
was way higher in 22.
Yeah, because I know they did change the way it was reported, and like you said, places like LA County, Phoenix, I think Chicago, Miami, New York, a lot of those places didn't report their data. And then I think like only 65% of the population was included in that data, and it was only partial data.
So here's the data that we have from 2000. The end of this chart is 2023.
Yeah, but if only
Do you
60,
see it? Do you see a big increase in crime, or does that look like it's mostly gone down since 2000?
well, no, but my point is this: if only 65% of the population was included in that 22 data, and it was only partial data, then we're not really going to get an accurate number for
Where are you
22.
getting that number?
So if you Google FBI changed the way
I'm getting a
crime
glimpse
gets
into
reported,
getting a glimpse into how right wingers Google things. Right, FBI changed what?
change the way crime data is reported with new system, and see if it pops up with that. Try to put 2021.
I mean, I do have to say that this isn't like my top choices are Magnolia Tribune, Reddit,
Well,
Real
should just do
Clear.
like an AI overview. That's how I found it last time.
The FBI
But you have to
wrote in a
type it in,
statement late
so
Wednesday that the adjustment was due to a change in the way crime data is reported to the agency. As part of this movement, the FBI has moved towards automation, allowing for past year's estimates to be updated as data are submitted.
yeah. And I think only 65% of the population was included.
I don't see that in here. I don't see
Hold
that
on,
in here.
let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah, so Google FBI changed crime reporting system, and it should pull up.
Sure. And what does it say about the 60 whatever percent?
It should be in the AI overview.
So it changed it to Nibbers. We're gonna call it. I like that. In January 1st of 20. Wait. So it changed
Yeah.
under Trump.
Well, what is
Who was
the date
who was
say?
president January 1st, 2021?
What does it say? January 1st,
The
2021?
FBI changed the AI overview right here. The FBI changed its crime reporting system to the NIBRS on January 1st, 2021.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe it was, but still, we only got partial data.
And this says FBI's 2022 annual crime report included data from over 85% of agencies, with 70.4 using NIBRS and 12.9 using the old system. However, some large agencies, including LAPD and NYPD, were missing from the 2022 data, which they then updated, right?
Right.
And that's where we're
right.
getting, that chart. Oh shit, I got rid of the
That's
chart.
what I was saying.
But like
I
if
didn't
you
want you
if
to
you
think
just
I
look
was
at
full
crime,
of
like
shit or
crime has
anything.
been dropping for 25 years straight. We are not in a and the only time crime seems to ever stop it, like it'll be going down. The only time it ticks up is times when we have economic hardship. So we saw an increase post the financial crash in 2008. We had a mild recession like 2014, 15. We saw a spike there, and then we saw a spike with COVID. We know that crime follows poverty. So you can basically look at any time in our country when crime was up, it always followed poverty. It's just, they're always related.
Yeah, so what do you think about that? Like only some of that being included. Do you think that
It's
that could have
85%.
added?
I mean, 85% is a good, because this isn't total numbers. This is per capita. So in order for the other 15% of agencies to really move that data, they would have to have violent crime rates at like 30%. And they post their own data, and none of them say that they have crime rates of like 30%. Because I think you're looking at it like 85% doesn't include all of them, and but we're not looking at the total number of crimes. We're looking at the crimes per 100,000. It's a rate. So having 85% of the data is going to be pretty accurate for us.
Yeah, but I could have swore there was some article in there, somewhere in there, that said only 65% of the population was included when they first switched over.
Which again would be a Trump policy, but
And it was only partial data.
but this says 85%. So I don't know. I'm using your sources. But again, this would have been something that was negotiated and put in place by the Trump administration.
But what does it say above that?
But why do you keep not addressing that? Because you
Well, I
campaigned
just
on
want.
you
I
guys
just.
cam
I just
hold
wanted
on real quick, because you guys campaigned on this, and you guys think that like this was a liberal conspiracy. This should probably end that, right? The very thing that you
No,
all
not-
thought that we did didn't even happen. Your guy did that.
Well, does it say 65% above that?
It says 85.
No, I'm saying like above that, where you first start reading it.
It says AI overview. The 85% is in the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph.
Yeah, but it doesn't say 65% of all in there.
It says 85.
Hold on.
But even if it was 65, wouldn't that it would still be like a Trump thing though, right? Trump's administration was 65. Is that true? Somebody said that in the chat. I don't know if that's true. Oh, I gotta include it. There's a fact check on it.
Yeah, so if you add 65%, like the number 65, then the percent symbol,
Hey, real
and
quick.
then
And
by
just real fast.
population included.
Sorry, Justin, real
in
quick.
there.
When Jen's up, we all have to be quiet.
Yeah, I'm the boss. I just want to remind everybody we've got a gift goal. If you want to send a Venmo, Cash App, Jill will read the messages. And if you're enjoying the conversation, if you want to gift the panel, Justin and the host, that'd be cool too. We have replays on YouTube. If you want to go subscribe to us over there.
Thank you, Jen. What were you reading, Justin?
Yeah, so if you add the number 65 and then add the percent symbol, and then type population included, it should auto update. Just keep what you have written in there,
Oh shit!
but
What did I
add
just
that
search?
into it. You just hit the refresh button, it should come back up.
What do you want me to add to it?
65, the number 65 percentage symbol, and then population included.
I don't know where. Yeah, where's they pulling this data from? It's from the Guardian. Where's the part they highlighted here? Since 1930, the FBI has collected data from local police departments and shared the data annually through the UCRP. In recent years, however, the Bureau has been transitioning to a new data collection system, the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS, which, according to but only 50% of law enforcement agencies had submitted their full 2021 data by the deadline. Oh yeah, that's just by the deadline, but there was an updated number to 85%. So this is just they didn't turn it in by the deadline. That's why when we got the 85% number, that's why the FBI adjusted the data.
So it's basically saying that 65% of the population was only included in that, and then it was partial. And then were we still missing data in
It was
22?
65, and then as it rolled in, as people submitted their data, it's whatever the timeline was at the last one, it was at 85%. So some of the data just came in late, and that's why look, this happens every year. This is not new. Literally every year, the FBI goes back and edits the data, and most of the time think of it. Very rarely are they going to take data away. They're almost always going to add more crimes as people come in late, or if somebody had their numbers wrong and they readjust them. This is a normal thing for the FBI to adjust these numbers. But overall, the point is that the conversation in this country was that crime was spiking, but it's not. It's low. It's very low, and it's been dropping for like 20 years.
Yeah, well, I guess you could say that, but I don't see how we don't have inflation, how people aren't struggling.
I think we have to understand what inflation is. Are things more expensive? Yes. Can you look at like stuff that's 20%, 30% more expensive now and say that was inflation? Yes. But when we say inflation is low, it's like we're annualizing that inflation or quarterly inflation. We're looking at what it is right now. Right? So right now, how much inflation do we have in our economy? That doesn't undo what happened before. Right? Like even Trump, when he had a historically low inflation, it's not like prices got cheaper. The only time prices really got cheaper in this country is when we had COVID, and there were certain things that were cheaper, and that was a supply and demand thing. But even like inflation means that the prices are going to continue to go up, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't account for people still struggling though. Like,
No, people
I
are
know.
struggling. People are struggling. I think that's why the Republican messaging was so good, because we agree, both sides agree that people are struggling right now. Where we disagree is like the solution and maybe the cause. And I think that a
Okay.
lot of times you guys said the cause was Joe Biden. I think the cause was
Well, I don't
obviously
think he was.
COVID, because every country had inflation.
I mean, I'll be the one to admit, I don't think he was the cause. I think the pandemic had a major part to play with it.
So how would
But
we
whereas,
measure if he wasn't the cause? How would we measure if he did a good job with it?
well, basically, finding a solution to it, like
But how would we
when
measure
you,
that? Like if there was so let's say he says I have a solution, he introduces his solution. How would we determine whether or not that solution worked?
yeah, so like the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, it was literally named the Inflation Reduction Act as if it was gonna bring this inflation down and it was gonna help with inflation. But in fact,
Did
it
inflation
had
come down?
no, it actually went up, if I'm not mistaken.
You're mistaken.
And it had,
What's
no,
inflation at
I'm
right
not.
now?
I think it's like 2 something.
What was it at
But
its highest?
what I'm saying, like when he first implemented it,
Wait,
it
wait, hold on,
actually
wait, stay here. No, no, stay here.
went up. It
It was
went
at
up.
9%, right?
Yeah,
And
that
it's at
was like
and it's at
mid-April.
2.1 and it's at 2.1 now.
Yeah, so when was that bill
Why
signed
were we
into
not
law?
calling that a success then?
It's not a success because the inflation actually went up when that bill was first implemented, and it had very little to do with inflation. And even Biden admitted that at a press conference in Wisconsin. It had much more to do with green energy.
Okay, so if we look at an inflation chart here, inflation, if we go by let's go, you want to do quarterly or monthly? Quarterly is usually easy, but we can do monthly, see if we've got a good chart for that. Whoops. Well, we'll figure that out. All right, so if we look at monthly, we're at 2.4 here. The peak was 9% in June.
Right, I remember that.
And then August is when the Inflation Reduction Act was put into place at 8.3.
Okay.
Okay, now and that's near the peak. How do we look at that? How do we look at that chart and say that didn't work?
I can't see it really, to be
You
honest.
can see which direction it goes.
You got to zoom in more.
Well, but look, there's the peak at 9%. There's these little dots, like you'll see the number pop up. I think you'll see the number pop up. You see the number pop up there? That's June of 22 at 9%. That's July at 8.5. That's August when the bill was introduced. So you see where that is right there. What's the chart doing after that?
Well, I can't really see. You got to zoom in.
You can see what direction the chart is going.
No, your name is literally blocking it.
Oh, it is? Oh, let me see. Sorry. I forget that your view is different than mine. Here, I'll just pull it down over my face.
All right, there you go.
So here's August
Uh-huh.
when it was introduced,
Mm-hmm.
and here's us now. And you're going to tell me that inflation went up? It didn't ever go up. It never got higher than it was when he signed the bill. Not once did it ever go higher. It only went down. Then we had like some pickups here, and it's kind of been like up and down. But it didn't ever go back up above 8%. And it dropped pretty quickly.
So where's it staying steady at there? Like it first gets introduced, then it stays steady, then it goes down. What are the months?
No, it goes
like,
down
quarterly?
first, and then it stays in like the threes. Ideally, we want inflation between 2 and 3%, which we finally got to around June of 2024. And since June of this year, inflation has been right where we want it, between 2 and 3%.
Yeah, but isn't it in a trajectory to go back up? Like once they calculate the final numbers.
No. I mean,
'Cause we don't have
you
the
may
final
have
numbers
have
anyway.
inflation, but like during this time, gas prices are usually low. Like in the winter, gas prices are lower. I'd imagine that the trajectory would go back up maybe next summer, spring leading into summer. That's when we'll start to see, because that's how it works. But as far as like if there's going to be inflation, it's more likely to be then. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of economists who predict that inflation is coming, and most of them agreed that we were far more likely to have massive inflation under the policies presented by the Republicans than the Democrats. I mean, Elon Musk said this. Elon Musk's like, yeah, it's gonna be a problem for a little while. You guys are gonna hurt. You're gonna struggle.
Yeah, but if it's going down, then how are people struggling? That's what I'm not understanding.
Because inflation doesn't necessarily measure everything. So what we saw during this time is that we saw housing prices skyrocket. Like during COVID, housing prices skyrocketed, and then that caused people. If you were buying a house at that time, obviously you're going to pay more in a mortgage. But anybody who's renting, like corporations are buying up houses all over the place. So like the cost of rent shot up. The price of food shot up, and the corporations really just like bent us over and gave it to us. They're like, hey, we understand you're all struggling, but instead of our normal profit margins, we're gonna go make record profits, and we're gonna keep all this money. And that's where inflation came from. So now the middle class has less money supply. The people at the top have more of the money supply, and the disparity between the two of them gets greater, and so you have people struggling.
So what did Biden do to fix that?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act was a good start. Certainly didn't fix it. If we're going to fix this, we have to figure out a way that corporations don't run everything. Well, not even corporations, the richest, the billionaire class. We have to figure out a way to stop allowing them to control everything because they control everything. They control the government. They control financial markets. They definitely control like crypto. They control wages. They control wealth disparity. They have literally all the power. And either we are going to keep giving them tax cuts, and one of these days they're going to be like, you know what, we've decided to share, or we've got to take it back from them. I don't think they're gonna voluntarily give up that power.
Yeah, so do you think like, are you on board with working with the Republican? Well, obviously you won't be personally working with them, but are you on board with supporting the Democrats working together with the Republicans, if we do control the House
Yeah,
and the
bro, I
Senate?
I don't give a fuck about Democrats or
You control
Republicans,
one or the
honestly.
other.
Yeah. I want people
Well,
to
you
do the
want them to
right
work
thing.
together, right?
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't care about either of them. I just want people to, yeah, I want them to work together. Like, one of the things that I thought was cool about a couple years ago was that there was a bill introduced in the House saying that people in government couldn't buy stocks. And it was introduced by AOC and co-sponsored by Matt Gaetz. And that goes to show you that the fringe right, we position this idea like the fringe right and the fringe left are like
Mm-hmm.
the ends, but in a lot of ways, like they meet up. In a lot of the ways, the things that the far left and the far right, and even just like general left and right, like there are things we all agree that the government is corrupt. We all
I
agree
agree.
that billionaires are able to corrupt everything. We all agree that the middle class is struggling. We all agree that poor people are really struggling. We all agree you should be able to go see a doctor and not go bankrupt. We agree on most of these things. So yeah, like if Republicans want to get on board with me and say like we're going to promote things like making the best decision possible when it comes to healthcare so that people can have the most affordable healthcare. I'm on board. You want to help me end Citizens United, get money out of politics, introduce ranked choice voting so we don't have to do the two-party shit anymore? I'm on board. I think one of the things I learned from this election and where I can look at myself honestly is like I didn't build bridges because I looked at Trump and I will likely never change my mind on him. I think he is a criminal. I think he's a scam artist. I think he abuses women, all that shit. But it didn't matter. I could say that till I was blue in the face and nobody
Right.
fucking cared. So I can either keep worrying about that or I can try and fix real problems. And I honestly believe that the solutions that we all want um, uh, are simple, and I think we can get bipartisan support on all of them. And it's probably going to have to mean me on my end swallowing my pride about Donald Trump and how much I hate that motherfucker, and just let it be, and just focus on the policy, right?
Yeah.
And you guys might have to do the same thing because it might be AOC who introduces something that you love, and if we're
agree.
already conditioned to hate everything AOC or Matt Gaetz says, then we're not going to get anywhere.
I agree with that. I think that's 100% correct. I think these politicians have been up there for the longest time. They've been in there for ages, like dinosaurs. We need some new blood in there. We need to get a lot of these dinos and rhinos out. Democrats in name only, Republicans in name only, the far left and right, which you refer to. I think they're really behind the scenes just playing us out. I think
I think it's the rich people that are playing. Think about this, and again, I'm not trying to argue like do like a both sides thing. Like I'm sure you can find examples. Like Bloomberg on our side would have been an example when he was running for president. But Peter Thiel bought a vice president, and Elon Musk bought a cabinet position. Those are two of the most influential people. Those are two people who we know use their money to get the government to do what they want. Like Elon Musk convinced the government to just like give him NASA and then let him make money off it. And the government's like, all right, we'll do it. We'll just give you NASA and you can make money off it now. And we'll just get out of it. Like those people are up there. I would hope with Republicans going forward that like if we start to see these billionaires like Elon just doing stuff that's going to only benefit the billionaires, all I would say is like I'm willing to give Trump, Elon, RFK. I'm willing to give them. I'm willing to call balls and strikes if they do stuff that works. Fine. I just want to see if somehow we can get Republicans to come back to us. I think you guys are deathly loyal to Donald Trump, and I think that's your fault. And I think it's also we didn't help it at all. Like you own your own decisions, but like when we force you guys to defend him, like I think it got a lot of people to dig in. And we probably should have just spent less time talking about him and more time talking about real things. Because we've seen through polling now, most people didn't want Roe v. Wade taken off the ballot. We could have stopped that. If we wouldn't have been arguing about Trump, we probably could have stopped that. Or
I agree.
off the laws, not the
I agree.
ballot. Like we could probably have recreational schmarijuana. Like we could have these things, but we spent on my end, I can just take fault. I spent all the time talking about Donald Trump because I think he's horrific, and I ignored the stuff that maybe we might have come together a little more on. And I am afraid of our electorate because whatever you think, if Donald Trump does great, bad, does like maybe the electorate was right, maybe the electorate was wrong. We'll find out. But I do know that the electorate is misinformed, and I do know that there's most of the people voting in this country have no fucking clue what's going on, and we got to change that.
I 100% agree. I think more people need to start coming together. You know, I'm actually really glad we had this conversation too, and the way it actually ended up going, because you know, I see a lot of creators on the left and the right maybe doing the complete opposite. They're not really trying to come together. They're not really trying to unify or hear the other person out. And I think that's what we need in order to move forward and do the best we can do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know, the country's going to go downhill in a very vast quickness. So, you know, where do we start with that? Who do we get out of office? What are we looking at midterm wise? Who stays? Who goes?
You know, I think it starts with committing in the next time you vote to vote for people. Like spend the next year and a half discussing ideas, especially with people across the aisle, and then vote for people who are going to make it easier for us to accomplish bipartisan things. I think that's one of the things that we miss in America is we often vote down these party lines, and we vote in some shitty people. I mean, like we vote in some real shitty people, and only because like we would rather vote in a shitty person than a Republican or a shitty person than a Democrat. And so I think it's going to take a lot of us, especially those with like a reach, committing to say we are going to take people's character into account, and we're going to vote for people who make it easier for our voice to be heard. And I don't think. I don't think it takes that long to change that if we can somehow get that message across. Especially, like I said, especially people on, you know, TikTok has a great deal of influence. Most of America doesn't know what's going on, but the actual political discussions, the actual direction, the actual political conversation starts with those who are informed, and then it trickles down. And so we probably need to take a little more responsibility for what trickles down, and we'd probably take a little more responsibility for our influence, and not do what we did the last 4 years, which was really fun, and we all screamed at each other, and we all made fun of each other, and we found
Yeah, I agree.
enjoyment in everybody else failing. I was just as much a part of that, but yeah, like I think that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, I agree. I did that too. And, you know, it was more of like an entertainment type of a thing in a way. But at the same time, I mean, I did truly support Donald Trump 100% to the fullest. So it wasn't
And
like a game I was
one
playing
one
or
more
anything.
thing,
And I
I
know
think we need to eliminate that. I think we need
what.
to eliminate I support this person to the fullest. I think that's crazy. There's no way anybody supports one person to the fullest. We don't know
Well,
them. We don't know the
well,
politicians.
well,
You
I
have no
do, especially when they've been um,
you don't know him. No, you don't know. Let's be honest about that. You don't know
politically
him.
gone after, politically sought after. You
But
know,
that
you're
doesn't mean that you
weaponizing
know
the
him.
Department of Justice to go after your political
But
opponent.
that doesn't mean
You're
that you
doing
know him.
indictments his way. I don't have to know him. I
I
can
know,
just
but
see
I know,
what
but
he's
that's what we're
going
talking about
through.
right now. I'm just saying we should do away with that. We should do away with, because look, one of us is right about Trump. One of us is right about either Trump is a criminal or he's not. Neither one of us has been able to convince the other person. One of us is right, but neither one of us actually know. We just
I
don't.
don't think
You're
I think
trusting
we
him and I'm not, and I think that's a dangerous road to go down. I think it's a dangerous game to play to say I don't think anybody should trust politicians. And I think the very one of the things I'm proud of the Democrats, even though it was too late and it didn't work, was that we did pressure Joe Biden to step down, and I was proud of that. Just to say, like, holy shit, they heard us. Like, holy shit, they heard us.
yeah,
And
but
I think
I
we need to have that. I think that a lot of times the with the Republican Party under Trump, a lot of it has been, let's wait till Trump says something so we know what the messaging is going to be. And I think our job is to hold our leaders accountable. We shouldn't be loyal to them, even the ones we love, even the ones that we like. Just at the end of his term, if you were like, holy shit, I agreed with 97%, great. But you did it because you agreed with him, not because you're like, I feel some loyalty and some personal connection to this person. As regular voters, that should happen. But you, who educates yourself and reads and you take part of these conversations, I think we need to be better about tying ourselves to candidates. And I can blame myself that too. Like, I was tied to Joe Biden, I was tied to Harris. I wasn't super open-minded the other way. It's not just you, but I think that does harm us when we tie ourselves to a candidate.
well, I mean, I could see in certain instances where you guys would disagree or potentially have a concern of some of the things, but you know, I mean, I'm still gonna have my opinion at the end of the day. Doesn't
Sure.
mean you necessarily have to agree with it, but
Sure, but I guess my
um,
question is, why would you trust somebody fully that you've never met and never will meet, and you don't see what they do in their personal life?
um, because it's like it's almost like a sense of feeling. Um, like if see somebody going through something and it kind of looks weird from a distance. And what I mean by that is, like, you have Joe Biden's top Department of Justice official, Matthew Colangelo, step down, take a $3,300 pay cut to go work for the State Department with Alvin Bragg to work on a case specifically pertaining to Donald Trump. Um, and then Bragg could have brought the case up. I think it was
Can I
like
ask
a
you a
year and
question?
a half prior to that.
Can
He
I
passed
ask you a
on it.
question? So
What?
I agree. I agree that there's a scenario where that looks fishy. Will you agree that there's a scenario where even if that doesn't look fishy, or even if it looks fishy, he could still be guilty?
Yeah, potentially, maybe. Yeah, I
Now be
mean,
honest with yourself. Did you ever even think for 1 second during that time? In any of these charges, did you ever do you feel like you were ever open-minded that he might be guilty?
no, I was very open-minded, but I ended up seeing a lot of things play out that looked very strange. Like, another thing, for instance,
Can I ask you
uh,
one more question about Colangelo? Because this is part of this stuff that I don't understand. So you're saying that somebody came down from the DOJ, they
mhm.
participated in the prosecution. They weren't the lead prosecutor. They were part of the team. You're saying that alone convinced a grand jury to indict, and
That
then
was one of the things.
a jury to find him guilty.
That was just one of the things. So, like, I added them up as a collective, as one whole thought. So that was one of the things. Another one of the things was them limiting the scope of questioning that Donald Trump's witnesses that he was bringing up on the stand could be asked.
Do you think that
Um,
in every court case, do you know if they limit the scope of questioning in other court cases?
I don't know, but I'm just talking about
Would
this
you be
one
surprised to
specifically.
know that the scope of what you're allowed to ask a witness is limited in literally every court case that has ever existed in this country? And
Yeah,
that and
but
that
if you put
the reason for that is because courts are required to stick to certain rules, right? Like you can't bring in hearsay. You can't necessarily bring in evidence to attack a witness's character. There are limits on that, and there are limits on which evidence is actually allowed. Like, is testimony from a person who heard it from a person allowed? No. Can you make claims of somebody breaking the law with like a witness and not have any proof? No, that's not
Well,
allowed.
we're talking about, I believe this was Cohen's lawyer at the time before he wasn't his lawyer anymore. And if I'm not mistaken, they were trying to bring him on the stand on Donald Trump's team. And apparently he
Yeah.
had all kinds of files and emails printed out, and he passed that along, and they actually ignored it
But how do
when
you
he
know
turned it
how do
in.
you know the judge didn't
Um,
see those and say this is inadmissible?
well, he could do that, but it doesn't mean that the emails don't exist and
But you
don't
don't
raise
even know what was
questions.
in the emails.
I would have to go back and look at the video, but I do believe he says specifically what was in the actual emails.
And what would
Um,
have proved? So if we're talking about the case in New York, the criminal case, you're
mhm.
saying that it would have been evident, even though. So what they convicted him on is they had all the paperwork, all the checks. They had the handwritten notes from Weisselberg. They had the testimony from Michael Cohen. They had Michael Cohen's bank accounts, which showed receipt of that money. And there was
But
no
they,
evidence that there were any other legal services that had been rendered,
but
because other legal services had been paid for. So there was no explanation for how they were paying Cohen. So how
they
would like what could you possibly provide
they
that would change
never
that?
well, they never really proved that Donald Trump like actually made the payment. They never could tie that
Signed the
together.
check.
I remember listening
He
to
signed the
that.
check.
Okay, and
That's the payment.
that doesn't mean he specifically went out and did a hush money payment. Donald Trump signs a lot of checks.
Yeah, but he signed a check for Michael
So
Cohen
what
to
if he
cover
signed a
up
check for Cohen, and then Cohen just was like, okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to try to save
Well,
my own ass? How do we know that
if
didn't
wishes and
happen?
buts were candies and nuts, but nobody testified to that. There was no. You're just saying like, oh, it seems like what you do is you look for an out. You're like, there's a hypothetical scenario where Donald Trump didn't do this, and so because I can think of a hypothetical scenario where he didn't do this, therefore he should be innocent.
No, because when we listened to that recording that he brought into court that technically went against attorney-client privilege, it didn't prove
What do you
Donald
mean?
Trump
No. You
said
can't listen. You don't get
that he
privilege
wanted
if you're
him to make
committing
the
a
payment
crime.
to anything.
Wait,
Well,
you
he didn't
lose
say
priv.
it.
Wait, but you lose
When
priv. You understand? You lose privilege if you're committing a crime, right?
he wasn't, but that was never proven. We literally listened to the audio,
He was
and there's nowhere in that
34
audio
felon.
that
No, he
Donald
had
Trump
34 felonies, dude. What are you talking
says
about?
to make a payment specifically to Stormy Daniels. I
He
didn't
had
hear
30.
that
He
in the
had
tape.
34 felonies, dude.
I listened to the tape. Donald Trump didn't say anything about paying anything. All I heard is Michael Cohen talking most of the time, and then saying, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll take care of it."
Fine.
As if
Trump signed.
we're
What's
supposed
the
to
other
know what that
explanation for
means.
why Trump paid Cohen?
He was his lawyer. What do you mean?
But there were no services rendered. See, Cohen used to he would submit things to be paid on. There was nothing submitted, and in fact, the stuff that he did submit, I think he only did a little bit of work. But the stuff he did submit, Trump paid him for that too.
And then he made up this
Wait,
whole
stay here, stay
story
here. No,
about
stay here, Justin, because this is where we got. This is. I know you say like you want to come together, but you won't even open your mind to the possibility that that maybe the courts got it right.
Say it
You
again.
just
What
you
were you
want it
saying?
to be political lawfare so badly that I feel like sometimes we can't have a conversation.
No. Go ahead. Repeat it.
Well, I mean we're so far off track now, but the whole point of this conversation was I said you don't know Trump. How could you possibly trust him 100%? And you just listed off a bunch of stuff that is also not 100%. You have created a hypothetical scenario that again you created in your mind while putting
No,
together this. Not the evidence is, some of the evidence is right. I'm saying, but the narrative is from you or whoever you've talked to, like collectively. But you still don't know if it's true. You just believe it's true. And
no,
that's
no.
fine.
I'm
Like
not
you have
saying
to
I
make up that
believe it's
choice. But if you
true.
believe
I'm
something's
saying that
true,
that's.
don't be 100% loyal to somebody
No, I'm
unless
not
you
100.
know
I'm
it's
not saying
true.
I'm 100%. I'm saying like
Okay,
this
well,
is
that is
why
what you
I
said.
have.
You did say I'm 100%
Well,
loyal. So,
well, that was like being a little sarcastic. But what I meant to say is, there's certain things that I look at, and the way I look at him, I could potentially see him being innocent of that.
yeah, I that's fair. I also think that there are areas where he potentially could be innocent. But like what kind of damage do you think this has done to our country? That I know you guys say political lawfare. I don't know. Nobody else is going down. It's just him. It seems seems pretty specific to just like one person, and it didn't stop the election. It didn't stop him from being able to run. But like,
Well, he was.
how would you know if he was a criminal? I don't think that you've put enough distance between yourself and him to know if what he's doing is against the law. I think a lot of you guys got really attached to him, and then I got attached to him, and then we spent all this time like we are now. We're already back here. We're talking about him. And all I want to say is that like if you really are serious about us coming together, you have to stop being loyal to Donald Trump. You have to be loyal to the truth and only the truth. And we have to be able to say like we have to be able to use like Occam's razor. We have to we like talking about common sense, but common sense, if we're talking about this, most people who are convicted of a crime are guilty of that crime. Most, the overwhelming majority, like not 95+% are guilty of a crime. And if the only time we're willing to say that somebody's not guilty of a crime is when it's somebody that we've tied ourselves to, like, I have a lot of family and friends who refuse to acknowledge that the Mormon church covered up the abuse of thousands of kids. Thousands. I don't have one Mormon friend that's active that will even acknowledge that's true. They all say, nah, people are just out to they're out to get the church. The Boy Scouts are mad at the church because the church won't allow left the Boy Scouts because they didn't want to allow gay Boy Scout counselors. They also coming out of a cult. All of this stuff like sounds similar, and because of that, it's almost like in order to tell people that we come together, you have to leave your beliefs. Your beliefs you have to leave those at the door. You have to leave the
I
belief
will
part
leave
and
the
then bring in the
belief.
stuff you know.
I mean, I have common sense, so I mean,
But not really
what I'm
though. But not
saying.
really though,
Well,
because you believe
I
he's
do,
innocent,
because they.
and common sense would say
Well,
he's guilty, right?
they
So
haven't
that's
shot his
not.
appeal.
Wait, but
They
hold on,
haven't
Justin.
shot his appeal down yet.
But Justin, that's
So
not.
what if they
But
end up
Justin, hold on,
overturning his
Justin,
appeal? Then what are you gonna say?
Justin. It's even if they reject the appeal, you would be right, but
No,
you
if
wouldn't
they
be.
reject the
Justin,
appeal,
please,
I'll
please,
accept it.
please.
I'm telling you literally how
If
I
they
will
reject the
compensate.
appeal, you would be right, but you still wouldn't be using common sense, because common sense says that somebody that gets convicted of a crime, goes through a grand jury, gets convicted of a crime, most of the even less than the 95%. Now we're 99.9% of the time that it gets appealed. So this isn't common sense. This is hope.
It is common sense because
It's hope. It's not. Justin,
no,
it can't be.
the
It cannot
justice
be common.
system,
Justin, it can't
the
be.
justice system can be wrong, and it's
I
been
know,
wrong
but
many
that's
times.
not common sense. Common
Yes, it
sense says
is.
you take the best
It is
available
common sense
data and you draw a
because
conclusion
people.
from that.
No. Because people have been accused of crimes many times and actually been innocent, and they literally get framed for things that they actually
What
didn't
percentage
do.
of the people get framed for the crimes that they commit?
Doesn't matter the percentage.
It does, because common sense,
happens.
Justin, common sense means sense that is common.
That is common. There are
It is
people
not
out there that
common
get
for it is
accused
not
of
common for somebody
things
to
that
be
they didn't
convicted
do.
wrongly of a crime. It's not common.
It is.
Statistically,
It
it's
is
not.
very common. It is very common. In fact,
Statistically,
it
Justin.
is. It is. In fact,
Justin, stay with me.
Okay, so
Math.
what are
Justin,
listen here.
Justin,
So you're
shush,
talking
shush,
statistics.
Justin,
Let me ask you
shush,
a question.
shush. No,
No,
I'm
let
asking
me
you a
ask you a
question. All
question.
right, I gotta mute you. Appreciate it. Justin, statistics is
Hey,
what we're
hey, hey,
talking.
don't mute. I never muted you on my live.
You muted me and dropped me twice the only time I've been in your live. You muted me
I've
like 10
never
times
muted you in
and
my
you
live.
booted me twice.
I never muted you once in my live. If a
Multiple times.
moderator did it, I called it
Okay,
out.
well, if I'm asking you respectfully on my platform to let me finish a sentence,
Yeah, but you're
just let me do
you're,
it.
You're trying to barrel over me without
I'm not
me
trying to barrel
allowing
over
to
you. I'm trying to
respond.
stay on this point.
No.
Justin.
You're trying to drill a point and you're trying to make your narrative be fit without me getting my point
This
across.
isn't a narrative,
That's what you're
Justin.
doing.
This isn't a narrative, and you haven't let me
It
finish my
is.
point yet. Let me
I've
just
heard your
let me
point.
finish the point, and then you can
Okay,
finish your
respond.
point. Okay. 95% plus of people who get convicted of a crime, the crime it's not overturned, right?
No, that's not true.
It's not. You think more? What percentage of crimes are overturned?
What is the conviction rate of let's say murder per se?
This isn't about conviction rate. That's the wrong data point. This is about overturning a conviction.
Yeah, I mean it's a slim margin, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen and it's not possible.
I know, Justin. I'm with you on that.
That's the point I'm making.
I know, but Justin, I'm just trying to help you. Like, if you say you want to come together, you are taking the the least statistically possible outcome and choosing to believe that, and that's fine, but you can't call the least statistical outcome common sense because it's not. Common sense would be he's guilty. And with a lot of the stuff, when you defend Donald Trump in this way, like legally, you have to rely on like the least statistical possible outcome. The election was stolen. That's the least statistical outcome. He's actually innocent. Least statistical outcome.
Yeah, no. So again, when this crime was first presented Donald Trump's way, they didn't even know what crime he was being charged with, which is why they're, according to them, which is why they're appealing it in the first place. And if I believe they're doing it off of the Sixth Amendment, because the crime was never actually told to them.
It was in the indictment.
And
it was in the indictment.
Not when he was initially charged with it. They didn't define and lay out the crime he broke. And so this is why they're appealing it off of the Sixth Amendment.
They can, but again, Justin, like they can't. I don't want to argue. I don't want to. Justin, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to relitigate this case. The whole point of this, the whole point. No, please no. Please no. Please no. Justin, please don't make me mute you. Justin, when I say please, just listen. Thank you.
But why can't you admit?
Because Justin, because this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to avoid spending all my time talking about Donald fucking Trump. I don't fucking care. I don't care. I'm not relitigating this case.
I'm not litigating anything.
Okay, then can we just I'm just asking you to find a common ground that you recognize that statistically you're not.
The common ground is we could both be right.
And statistically, you're taking the least possible scenario, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, in order to get this statistic, you would take all the people convicted of a crime and then say what percentage of those people that were indicted by a grand jury and convicted of a crime then had their crime overturned.
That means nothing because it could be
It
overturned.
does if we're talking about statistics. I know it doesn't. I'm not trying to say that he's guilty and he won't win appeal because of statistics. I'm simply saying we have to, if we want to come together, you can't say something is common sense. Hold on, let me finish, Justin. Let me finish.
I heard what
you can't say something is common sense when you're using the least likely statistical outcome. That's all I'm saying. We can't come together if we can't agree to say like the most statistical likely outcome is what we're going to go off of. And if we can't find agreement like on this case, then we shouldn't talk about it. Because you and I both don't know. So it's a waste of time to even talk about this case.
that would be not using common sense if you're only basing it on the least statistical outcome or the most statistical outcome.
No. What do you think
That would be
common
not
sense
using
means?
common sense because it could be a possibility. And if
No,
you
what do you
don't
think
have enough
common sense
to
means?
realize that, then having knowledge or an understanding of something. So, if you're not at least understanding that, even though it's the most statistic driven data point when it comes to that, right, of it happening, doesn't mean that it can't be overturned and it is unlikely to happen.
Justin, I know. I'm not arguing that.
That's all-
You're
that's
missing.
all
Let
I'm
me try a
saying, man.
different analogy. Let me try a different
That's all
analogy.
I'm saying.
You like sports?
Sure.
You like basketball?
Not really. More football.
Okay. Football. All right. How often does a 65-yard field goal go in?
Depends who the kicker is.
All right, let's call it a 70-yard field goal.
Well, now you're changing it.
I know, because I am changing it. I know, because
You're
I'm
trying to be right.
No. I'm trying to. This is an
you
analogy.
are,
God
man.
damn it, Justin. It's a fucking analogy,
It's
dude.
either 65
No,
or 70, man. You
it's
can't change it.
70, Justin. This is a fucking
my
analogy.
God.
Please, for the love of God, don't do the
Yeah,
thing
'cause you
where
just wanna be
you're
right.
worried about me baiting you. I'm not baiting you.
You
I'm
are,
trying to
man.
I'm trying to
You're trying to straw man.
specifically. No, this isn't a straw man either.
Yes.
No, I'm making
It
up.
is. That's why you're
I'm making
laughing.
up a scenario, Justin. I
you're
am making this up.
strawmanning me. I
I
know
am
a
not
straw man
straw
when I
manning a
see it.
position.
I know when I
I'm
see
not
that.
creating, Justin, I'm not giving you a position on this. I'm going to give you a scenario and I'm going to ask you a question. Will you wait for the scenario and then hear the question before you decide if I'm straw manning you?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So let's just say a 70-yard field goal, we'll say 95% of kickers miss, right? And then a kicker comes in and there's a chance that this kicker might make the field goal. And so you, Justin, say, I think he's going to make this field goal. And I say, statistically speaking, he's not going to make this field goal. If he makes it, you were right, but you didn't do it based on good data, right? So you can still be right, but that doesn't mean that it's common sense because you're using the least significant, like least possible data point. That's all I'm trying to. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't even want to argue about this fucking case. I'm just trying to help you. You said, I want to be able to get along and reach across the aisle. I'm telling you, if you want to reach across the aisle, then you can't make everything about your feelings. And if you have a feeling this strong about this case, and I'm saying that the data doesn't match up, then we probably shouldn't talk about this case. That's my new goal. I'm not going to talk about
Okay,
shit
agreed,
when we
agreed,
can't
agreed.
get into level. So we just leave it and we can have a difference of opinion and we can go talk
right.
about things where we can find common ground. But I do think that the only reason you think this, or the only reason this story exists, is because as a country, we turned this into Donald Trump versus. And you're responsible for that. I'm responsible for that. Our country's responsible for that. We tied ourselves to Donald Trump. You guys did it, and we did it. And it was a mistake, and we shouldn't have done it, and we should drop it. We should just call balls and strikes. Donald Trump's presidency, if he cuts taxes and the middle class and middle class sees a boost, and all of us are feeling better about our wallets, success. If Donald Trump cuts taxes and things get worse, not a success. We should be able to do that. But we can't. We're not a country right now that can look at data and agree. If the data doesn't show up the way that we want it to, we come up with excuses and we come up with scenarios where the data might be wrong. And the smartest thing we can do is accept the data until we have better data. And then if better data comes along, we accept that data. And so some things we will get wrong. Throughout that time, even going with the data, sometimes we will get things wrong. But what we can't do is when we get something wrong using the data, we shouldn't be like, oh, that person predicted this right. We should follow them forever. No. We should always choose data, because if we always choose the data, our outcomes statistically will be better.
Yeah, I mean, sure. But people can be wrong sometimes, so.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But if we're gonna come together, then we can't just point to the outliers when something was different. Because I think we apply this a lot of times, like somebody gets caught for a crime and we didn't like him. We're like, oh yeah, well I knew he was a criminal long before. No, you didn't. No, we didn't. Like people were like, yeah, I had a feeling about OJ. Okay, but that would have been silly if that person was like, I got a feeling about OJ, and our country's like, fuck it, put him in jail. Yeah, this guy's got a feeling. You know what I mean? Like that would be
that's a
silly.
perfect example. Then you just brought up OJ, right?
Hmm.
And he got away with it, and everybody thought he did it, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So that could be Donald Trump.
yeah. But he was held civilly liable, and we don't pretend that his civil conviction or that his civil liability meant that he was
if we're
actually
gonna do
innocent.
that, then you got to do the same about the E. Jean Carroll deal.
What?
You
So
said
I didn't hear that.
civilly liable. You brought up. Finish your sentence.
Yeah, it's OJ went to civil court and he was held civilly liable for it, and we all were like, yeah, he did it. That makes sense. The evidence in the court, they weren't able to, whatever you want to say about the court, but like they weren't able to establish enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. But it was so obvious that when it went to civil court, where because you're not locking somebody up and taking away their freedom, or you're not sentencing somebody to death, civil court, there's a little bit lower bar. And nobody looks at the OJ thing as like, nah, he didn't do that. But for some reason we do that with Trump. Same deal. Went through a grand jury. There was a jury there. They heard the evidence. And I'm just afraid. I'm afraid. I think that there's millions of people in this country who wouldn't, whether Donald Trump is innocent or guilty in any of those, there are people now that are conditioned to never trust an outcome from a court that rules against somebody they voted for. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. I don't think we should go down that road. I don't think we should be a country that has a significant membership that is reacting like that. Because then what do we do? What do we do? Like, I think. Let me ask you this. See if we can find agreement here. Do you think the January 6th people should be pardoned?
Yes.
Even the ones that hit police officers?
Hold on. I'm checking out here. Hold on.
I'll read comments while Justin's waiting. Thanks, guys. Wasn't me said they hated us. Easy to say we want peace now. Well, we hate them
sorry
too.
about that.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I think they should be pardoned.
Even the ones. What
even
about
the
the
ones that
even the ones that
hit
hit
police
police
officers.
officers?
Yeah, they made a mistake, man. Everybody makes a mistake. It's not like they unalived anybody.
Well, so should we pardon? Well, then when they get pardoned, should anybody who's in jail for punching a police officer be taken out of jail?
Sure, yeah. I mean, tons of people have done it.
Then why aren't
Whether they're
then how come we're not
intoxicated
advocating
or-
for that? How come we're only advocating for the
We're
Jan
not
6 ones?
advocating for that, but what I'm saying is people make mistakes sometimes, and they do deserve a second chance. Wouldn't you agree? If they're willing
Yeah,
to
I mean
learn
after
from
they
the
served, yeah, sure, after they've served their
They've served in there for
sentence.
quite some time. They've been in there for a long time, man.
Some of them haven't. Some of them are just barely had a guilty verdict like weeks ago.
Oh well, I don't know.
But this
about all
this is
that.
hard. This
But
is
I'm
hard for us,
saying-
man.
I'm
Like
saying-
we're trying to find common ground, and you're saying people that broke in to Congress because they were lied to about an election and they beat the shit out of a bunch of police and destroyed property. You're
Yeah.
saying that those people should be pardoned.
yes, people make mistakes sometimes, and
But you're not. But
Uh,
if they're pardoned and other people who beat up police aren't pardoned, are you gonna have a problem with that?
okay, well then why don't we look at it this way? Do they have previous criminal records? if they do have previous criminal records and they're very extensive criminal records, then no, they shouldn't be pardoned.
Okay, but everybody else in the
if they made a
country,
mistake,
but so
then
so
yes.
if Trump pardons the Jan 6ers, but not other people who were first-time offenders who assaulted a police officer, will you be up in arms about that?
No, because that's not the same thing. That's a red herring.
We're talking about assault on the police on a police officer.
Yes,
What's the
we're talking
difference?
specifically about January 6th. We're not talking about random people. We're talking about J6.
Why should they get a break on J6?
Because that's what we're talking about specifically.
I know, but why should
would
they
you
get a
bring
break, but
something
not all
else
the
up
other people who,
randomly?
but why should they get a break, but other people who assaulted police officers shouldn't?
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about right now?
Because I said, are you okay with getting rid of, or are you okay with pardoning Jan 6ers? And you said, yes, people make mistakes. And I said, the mistake of assaulting police officers, and you said, yes. And so if we're going to do, if you care about equality in this country, how can we be a country of freedom and equality if we treat people differently based on their political beliefs? You want to treat a bunch of people who assaulted police officers differently for their political beliefs, and yet you're also saying like, oh, crime's way up. Like we're worried about violent crime. We're worried. You were worried about assaults from asylum seekers. But you don't. But
Yeah,
assaulting a
because
police
we're-
officer is fine. This is the concern I have for this country, and we're gonna find out as we do this. But my biggest concern is that there are people who are okay with political violence, as long as they're not the ones being affected by it.
Yeah. So then what about the police officer who unalived Ashley Babbitt? Why hasn't anything happened to him? Because
Because it wasn't a crime.
what he did was very unlawful.
It was what was unlawful about it.
That woman was unarmed.
So?
What do you mean so? That you don't just take somebody out because they
Sure you
come
do.
through a window breaking in.
Sure you do. If somebody was coming through your window, would you?
let these people in to begin with?
Is a mob of people?
They let a ton of those people in. Those are interlocked.
No, nobody got in.
doors.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. What are you talking
No,
about?
what do you mean? We saw it on the footage of the 40,000.
I didn't see anybody follow her through.
She wasn't the first one to go through that window.
Yes, she
There was
was.
other people that
She
went in
was the
before her.
first person to go through that window.
I'd like to see it because I
Go
don't
watch the
recall that.
video. You can watch them break it. The video, you can watch them break it, and then
Yeah,
they start reaching through, and the officer is yelling, "Don't come
Did they
through!
go in
I'll
first?
shoot!" And the officer said it multiple times. "I'll shoot! I'll shoot! I'll shoot!" And they're like,
Wait.
"Ah,
How do we know he
send
said, "I'll
send the
shoot, I'll
lady,
shoot"?
send the lady."
Wait. How do we know he said how do we know that he said I'll shoot?
It's on video with audio. You could watch it yourself. You haven't watched it? You haven't watched this?
I'd love to see it.
Well, I sure as shit can't show it on
play
here.
the audio. You don't have to show it. Just play the audio.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Ooh. Am I allowed to show? I don't even know if I'm allowed to show that because I'm hesitant.
You don't have to show. You don't have to show the actual.
I know, but what's being said, I'm hesitant with the pew pew rules here.
What is being said? Oh.
Yeah, it's like violent. It's a police
You
officer,
just
but he
said
is
the
threatening He is threatening somebody.
Well, I guess you're right. That is a pretty risky topic too. We probably shouldn't even be on this topic
Well,
because
it's fine to talk about, Justin, but I just like I don't know what to do. I honestly just feel like I'm at a loss because I'm upset. Of course I'm upset that Trump lost, but my biggest concern is that I don't know how to even have conversations with people that on that side where we can agree on like facts. It's crazy.
No, what do you mean Trump lost?
Did I say he lost?
Yeah.
I think I said we lost.
No, you said Trump lost.
Oh, I did? Oh, sorry. No, won. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I get it. But
well, let's
I
try.
don't
There's
know.
people waiting. We'll try it again. I understand it's the first time, but I'm just gonna say my goal during this administration is to not spend as little time as I possibly can talking about Trump, and instead talking about ideas that I think people can agree on. If you ever want to talk, you're welcome back. If you ever want me on yours, shoot me a message. I'll come visit.
all right, man, I
I
appreciate
do.
it.
Have a good night. Let me read some comments here. Sorry, guys, I've been slow on those. Walter said, "How would you feel if Biden gave one last FU and resigned to make Kamala the 47th?" I could give a shit. I would doubt she wants that, but I don't care at all. That would do nothing for me. Chris said, "Appreciate the debate style change. I think in the long run it will be effective." Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Let's hope so. Devon said, "Justin spends hours a day hosting lives and seems to know nothing. Thank you for providing education. I don't think he will retain anything." He knows a lot. Honestly, it's not that he knows nothing. It's that the parts where we disagree, it's really, really hard to bridge that gap. Because to me, it feels, I don't know. To me, it feels an awful lot like we're reaching for things. But I don't think Justin's dumb by any means. Brandon says, "She focused on the wrong demo. Annexing 40 plus voters was wrong when they are over 60% of voters. First time home buyers, student loans, and abortions do not matter to them. And that was the bulk of the ticket. That and only getting 54% of women is concerning." I agree with that. I do think that, I mean, hindsight's 2020. At the time, I didn't think it was the wrong strategy. Looking back, I promise. Sorry, I started reading it. Looking back, it was. Sal says, "I promise you'd love if I rubbed mine on yours." Rubbed mine? Is that a thing? What are you doing over there, Sal? All right, let me check real quick. Cash App. Wasn't me. All right, perfect. Should have been 80% one.
Read the PayPal one.
Oh, Christ almighty. It scares me every time. Hey.
I know, because you don't pay attention. I've sent you so many things.
Yeah, during a debate.
I
my
know,
brain
you're
goes
tunnel
away.
vision.
Yeah.
So, but there's a PayPal message for you to read.
Oh, okay. The only time Jay's face can be hidden is when his face is looking at my map of Tasmania.
She's from Australia, down under.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. If people are laughing, I don't get it. Do you get it?
Yes, I mean,
What am I missing? What am I missing? Why am I looking at a map of Tasmania? Oh, down under. Okay. All right.
Jesus
All right.
Christ,
There we
Jay.
go.
Check
Thank you.
Venmo again. People are saying you missed some Venmos.
Son of a bitch. All right.
So reminding
I was
everybody,
slow
Jay
as
will
shit on
read
that one.
just about any message you send him. He's got a gift goal. Venmo Cash App's on the screen. PayPal's in his bio. If you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube, please do that. RTP Talks. Are there good ones? See, you too can make his face do this.
What's 4B? First of all, what's 4B?
4B is a movement that started, I believe, in South Korea, where women decided to stop having relations with men
Okay.
because they thought that they were being oppressed. So I think it was a first grade class had no students because people just stopped
Okay.
with men.
Somebody told me about this yesterday. Okay, I know 4B is on the table. This is from Bree, but you could still get it. Oh, goddamn. A pearl necklace may be in my favor. That's terrific. That's just. It's crazy I missed the last joke, but somehow I know what a pearl necklace is. Thomas says, is that Donald Trump's signature behind you? It does look like his signature. Of course, it's in gold. Girls love pearls. It's not what I've been told. There's one more coming in. Dustin says, "Hey Jay, can we be like Nike and just do it?" You got it, Dustin. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it.
I think Rob and Ryan were next.
Okay,
so-
perfect. Thanks. Hey Rob, thanks for waiting. Maybe he didn't wait. I don't know. Sorry, Rob, if you're still here. Ryan. Get his man a CPAP machine. Do you think I can wake him up if I yell? All right, we're gonna try it. Cover your ears. We're gonna give this a shot, though. he is a sound sleeper. He is sound. All right, Ryan. Have a good night. I thought it would work. Louder. Shut up. How about shut up? All right. I don't. Oh, Jen's not here anymore. Sorry. I don't know who's next. It doesn't show up in order. We'll go. I have G Money, Corey, and JJ. If anybody is not opposition, hop out. Oh, JJ. There you go. Guess Jen made the decision. What's up, JJ?
Score. Hey, I only have a second. I have a little guys' night with my 7-year-old.
Oh, nice, dude.
Sounded wrong. I only want only want to make a comment. One of the things you were talking with Justin about, I think the question. Sorry, oh hell! Of course, it's a train.
Watch out, bro. You gotta get your
I'm a-
car off the track.
Right. So, just the comment was made. You were asking the question, I think, of if Trump was willing to pardon the J6 people, anyone that's still there, whatever. One of the reasons why I would say yes is you look at on the West Coast, the East Coast, you have people running into stores looting. They're up, up to $1,000, just under or whatever. Taking things, taking money. They're in jail and they are right back out. No cash bail. I mean, the fact that that is okay and companies are threatened, people are threatened, and yet they go in and they're right back out.
But
I would
these folks, most
look at that.
of these folks were out on bail too, until they went to jail. Like most of these folks weren't in jail the whole time. The only ones that stayed in jail for a long time were like really violent offenders, and they had like either no bail or they had a really high bail. But I do think
Okay.
it's I do think comparing some like a misdemeanor to an assault on a police officer, I think those are pretty different.
Well, I think, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, you have several different people that are getting arrested that are fighting back. I mean, I think there's certain states where officers can't engage. They can't fight back. They can't run after them. They can't tackle them. They can't, any of that kind of stuff. But even at that,
I don't know of
they're
any
getting
state.
the charge and then they're being released.
Are you sure that's a rule and not? I know that there's like security isn't allowed to chase after, or but I don't think it's a law anywhere. It may be policy, but that's done on a local level. I'm just wondering, like, I guess the question is, if you're going to pardon the people from January 6th, why aren't you also going to pardon everybody else who assaulted a police officer? Why should those people get a special pardon?
Well, I don't think that they should get a special pardon. I think that I agree. I think that if you're going to pardon one, you're going to have to pardon all.
Yeah, I agree with you on that then.
But I think that's happening on a larger scale already. I think that for more than not, there are criminals that are going in and stealing. I mean, you see YouTube videos after YouTube videos of people running in, coming out. I think there was CNN or no, what's that radio, TMZ, ended up interviewing a guy that had been in over 100 times. I believe it was in New York, and was right back out. I mean, it's just it's becoming the norm, and
Well, it's
which
not
is sad
though.
to me.
It's
I mean,
not though, because
sad
crime.
that they can do
but
that, and
crime's
now
way
everyone's
down.
suffering with being able to get toothbrushes because they're locked up.
That's not happening. Crime is way down, and the retail theft thing, like there was an increase in retail theft, but one of the interesting things about retail theft is like they quoted that it was up like some massive. I don't remember what the number was, but there was this quote that everybody was quoting about retail theft, and then it turned out the source of that was just a guy. It was just a guy that worked for, I want to say like CVS or Walgreens, and he was in charge of like their retail division, and that number didn't even manage their loss prevention. He made that number up. It wasn't real. When you look at the real numbers of like retail theft, it peaked when all crime peaked when people were poor, and it's largely come down. It's not the problem people pretend that it is. But even then, like even if we agreed on that, like one of the hard parts about trying to find a middle ground is like, I think that when I say, like, if I said, should we pardon all, if I would have asked Justin, should we pardon everybody who is in jail for assaulting a police officer? He would have said no.
Right.
And if I asked you the same question, you would say no.
I would
But
say
if I
no.
ask January
Absolutely.
6th, Justin says his answer, and you say yes, but. Right? And that's where we have
Well,
a
I
hard
think
time
it's
finding
on an
ground. Is
individual
that, like,
scale.
we can't admit. I think everybody should be able to admit that Donald Trump's plan to pardon the Jan Sixers, like that should be a no-go. And that doesn't mean that you don't support Trump. You can still support him. You can still be MAGA. But we've got to be able to say, like, there's a line somewhere. And it feels like that a lot of times if we like the politician, we don't really have a line. And if we don't like the politician,
I
we have a
think-
very strict line.
Right. No, I agree with that. I do feel like, though, that there was a very blanket cast over everyone over Jan 6. And AOC made a very good point. There's a lot of videos that are out there that aren't being looked at. And so I do think looking at
I don't know what she
every
said. What was
offender-
she referencing? I don't know what you're referencing there.
I think it was right after, I can't remember if it was right after the J6 trial, or I can't remember the official name for it, but where
Insurrection
Cheney-
of
Cheney-
death and hell. I think that's the official name.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Nailed it. After all of that, I think it was right after she had complained because she was walking up the stairs with her fiance and some guy was gawking at her and whatever. And she ended up ripping on the Capitol Police. And then I don't know if it was a mistake, but she ended up complaining that she said, and why are we not talking about the hours of videotape that are showing Republican or MAGA supporters walking throughout the Capitol, unattended and ushered, and nobody's talking about it. So I think that there's a lot of that kind of stuff that needs to be looked at. And so not just throwing everyone in, the dungeons, but
Fine, but again, I think this is why we struggle to find common ground, because the knee-jerk reaction is when I just asked about the Jan 6 thing was to say, for you agree, like, you shouldn't pardon them unless you're going to pardon everybody. But then there's like this need. You have a need to show, like, okay, I admitted that, but like here's something that a liberal said, and I think that, and we do it too. I do it too. But that's the stuff we've got to figure out how to get away with. Or get away from, because the truth is, if all of us came together, or even a majority, or even just a small minority of Republicans, if we were all loud and we're like, Trump, don't pardon Jan Sixers, we don't care about that, he wouldn't do it, because politically it's not a good move for him. I don't know if he'll do it or not. Politically, it's not a great move for him. So if he felt like his supporters didn't support that, I don't think he would do it. So we can add that pressure, like if we can probably. Put enough pressure on Donald Trump to do good things. The stuff that we're all afraid he's going to do, that you guys don't think he's going to do, if we get together, we can pressure him not to do them. And then who cares? Who cares if we were right that he wasn't going to do them, or that you guys were right? Like, who cares? We can get, if we agree on what shouldn't be done, then let's just make sure when that stuff comes up that we pressure him that way.
well, I think it needs to be across the board. I know, because
No,
I
we
feel
don't
like
have any
that,
power
yes.
anymore, so fuck you. We're not doing shit. We don't have any power. It's your fault. You guys won
Like,
this election.
Jan 6, I think, obviously was a big deal. The Summer of Love and everybody else and everything that went down to that, I think that there has to be accountability from, obviously, the MAGA side, but also the left side. When
Well, can I tell you the hard part
protesting.
about that? The hard part about that is, one, the people that committed crimes during the BLM riots, they weren't necessarily in fact, they weren't politically motivated for the most part. They certainly didn't all come from one place. And there's no event that these folks did together. Like, the crime, there weren't cities where there was like overwhelming crime. There were cities where there were pockets of crime. Like, if you look at Seattle, like, those people in Seattle, those were not Democrats. Those were like far left anarchists who hate Joe Biden and hate Kamala Harris. We know, they told us this entire election cycle. So the difference there is like
Well,
I
there
agree
was
that
like
there needs to be
right after
accountability.
George Floyd,
Hold on, let me
there
finish real
was
quick.
they
Real
ended
quick,
up
let me finish.
busting through.
Real
Sorry, go
quick, let
ahead.
me finish. So I agree there should be accountability for them, and there should be accountability for anybody who shares that ideology. But I'm not asking for accountability from MAGA on this either. I'm not asking accountability from Republicans,
Sure.
from MAGA, for Trump, anybody. I'm just saying that it is a bad move for our country if some people are going to be allowed to get away with crimes because of who they voted for. And I think just like
Right.
collectively we should all be able to agree on that. Like
Yeah.
if Joe
Set
Biden
a
would have been
standard for the
convicted, like
country.
yeah, it's a bad move. It is a bad move to pardon people for political purposes. I live in an area where Joe Arpaio got pardoned, and it's a real problem here. It's an actual real problem here because there were thousands of people that were injured, that went to jail, that were detained, that lost their rights, all because Joe Arpaio didn't like the law. And then he got pardoned. So in Arizona, there's a lot of problems here with trusting even just that sheriff's department because they're saying, all right, the guy that was running it broke the law and he got off. He didn't go to jail. Meanwhile, he put people in jail that didn't do anything. So that's why I think we have to be careful about, and I think we've been a little loose with pardons. We should understand the effect of what a pardon means.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. No, I do. But I think that there has to be a minimal standard, and it doesn't matter whether it's a Democratic state or Republican state. The law has to be the same. You can't have people going in, burning buildings or looting
I
or
agree.
beating the hell out of someone, and it's, oh well, they did this because obviously they have frustration with what just happened, and so it's not the same as the MAGA Republicans that are running through and doing these horrible things. It has to be same standard across the board.
I agree.
And
And I think that's just going to take like us taking instance by instance rather than like constantly keeping track and having a tally. And we've got to be better about when something goes wrong, just owning it. Because what happens is if we play whataboutism, we back ourselves into a corner where, and maybe you can agree, maybe not. I don't know. There's never been a perfect candidate. There's never been a candidate that was clean. I don't think there's ever been a candidate that was worth backing 100% of the time. But if we play whataboutism, we wind up like backing a candidate so hard that potentially we can let them get away with things, which is what I think happened. And you guys don't, and that's fine. Like we're past that. But going forward, I think you could imagine for us, like let's say Kamala had won, and we're like we're with her 100%, and then she just like puts in communism, whatever it is, right? And we're just like, yeah, fuck it, we'll go. You guys will be like, come on. And that's the thing I want to avoid is that if we're willing to back somebody 100%, we're open to the idea of being controlled by either an oligarch, a monarch, a fascist, whatever, an authoritarian. We shouldn't ever back any of these people 100%. It's silly.
No, I agree with that. I agree. I think we have to start somewhere, and I think we need to start now. I mean, if everybody can put their foot down and say enough is enough, no matter who you are, then moving forward, there should be some sort of unity starting and growing in the country. So,
well, good. I think we're setting a foundation. Let's talk again sometime. Enjoy the night with your son.
Cheers, brother. Thanks, man.
See ya. Bye. Let's see. Corey. No, Corey? All right. Let's see. Let me check. Oh, we got what is the TMZ? Check that. Let me check comments real quick. Tiffany says, he just said no matter what state, the law should be the same. Pro-choicers agree. Yeah, we found common ground. Restore Roe. That's what sucks. Honestly, that's what sucks as much as anything. Most of the country disagrees with the overturning of Roe. And like we allowed a very fringe minority of this country to make that decision. We need to learn from that. Bree says, who told you we don't like pearl necklaces? If you don't want to give me a necklace, I'd be happy to be a Twinkie. All right. I understood that one. All right. I feel like no matter what the message is, people can't and won't get over the titles of Republican and Democrat. They don't want to be labeled as voting for a Democrat. Maybe. I'm gonna try and see if we can make inroads there. And maybe I'm crazy for taking this path. We'll see, but I'm gonna try. Thomas says, that was the one about Trump's signature. Perfect. We will learn from it, but it'll be a hard lesson. Yeah, and look, we all learn on our own time. We all have. I think people are gonna be slower than others to. I don't know if anybody comes around all the way, but to forgive and forget. Yeah, box is empty. Maybe we'll shut it down for the night. Stock up on Plan B. Oh, sorry about the yawn. That's on me. I didn't go to sleep the night of the election, so I'm still playing catch up.
Do
Hey.
you not have my Discord open or chat?
I do. Oh, it's on a. Sorry, it was up on the last attachment you sent. Sorry. Biter
Jesus
says,
Christ.
not listening to a single word you say, just staring deeply into your eyes. Aw. I
Did you
love it.
update your total?
No,
No.
of course I didn't. Oh, but this is
No.
going to be easier because I cleared everything out earlier, so I just have to add the total. Everything that's in there is. Oh shit, and something else just came through. Sergio, I showed up late. Did you see what Nick Fuentes said? Yeah, I saw it. I've been sent that by a lot of people. Let me add it. Well, what do we want to do? We can, I mean, I guess we could open it back up to friendlies if we wanted.
It's up to you. I mean, you want to do like till
I don't,
like
I
7?
guess, yeah, I
Oh.
actually don't want to do friendlies, but if you're on our side, and maybe you have just like a different, if you want to challenge what I'm doing, I like that. I do want to still like keep going with trying to make some progress. I'm pretty wiped out, so I don't know how much, like, I just don't think I'm going to be like a very effective listener right now as far as like staying locked in. But yeah, we'll mess with it. We'll see. And, yeah, you want to stay up here, Jen, or you want to go back down?
I mean, it's up to you. I mean,
No, it's up to
did
you. You
you?
can stay if you
No,
want. I
I'm
don't give a
not.
shit.
I'll stay for a minute.
Okay.
Are you gonna do the math?
Yeah, I'll do it after I take our first guest, which was Superstar. I'll do the math right now. What's up, Superstar?
As soon as you asked for friendlies, I jumped up. Sorry.
That's all right.
I have a question.
Sure.
Where can I find that? I'm not on Discord, and I refuse to add another app. Where can I find that chart that you had this morning?
What
About,
chart did I have this morning again?
Where the Democrats switched and the Republicans switched.
Oh, let me see. A friend of mine actually had sent that to me, and we share a. It's on a Google Doc. So let me see if there's a source on it, because he just copy and pasted it, but there may be a source on it.
And then I have another question.
Yeah.
Trump has cheated every single thing in his life. I find it hard to believe that this is the one thing he hasn't. And it's just hard for me to believe that.
I understand that sentiment, but I just think that if we're going to be fair, we should wait and see if something comes out. I think it's fair. I think everybody should have an open mind on if somebody cheated. But I haven't seen anything that warrants cheating.
I think we just moved too fast to accept this quote unquote landslide victory. It just.
Well, we haven't accepted
like
it yet. We
something's
still have to certify it. So remember that what happened on election night is that the media outlets called the race. They looked at we don't have like a national group that calls these races. So now the states continue counting up their votes. They'll verify. You'll start to see, I mean, those vote totals are all going to change because you're going to have ballots that are thrown out. You're going to have ballots that are challenged. As that process goes on, if they start seeing discrepancies, then maybe we open it up. But I don't even think we'll know if there's discrepancies until like they actually start reporting some of those numbers and digging more into it. At that point, if there is something, I'd be happy to cover it. But I don't want to. I don't want. I think hoping that they cheated sometimes allows us to believe things that aren't true. We saw that with Trump. Like, people wanted it to be stolen, so they believed that it was stolen, even when the evidence wasn't very strong. And I don't want to. I don't want to make the same
I
mistake.
just guess that, if an F student shows up with an A report card, you're gonna ask questions. You're not just gonna
Yeah.
be like, "Hey, what's going on here?"
But the thing is,
So
he's an F student as far as like stuff we think is important, but he's a great politician. He's a great marketer politically. Like, he's actually not a very good marketer with his businesses, but politically, he does. He plays on people's fears. He did a good job with that. So
yeah, but I think that Kamala did an amazing job, and the way that we went out and people were networking from hospital beds, I can't believe that we did this terrible
yeah,
either.
Well, I
Yeah.
think,
Anyway,
Jay,
that's my
you
feeling.
said you don't necessarily want to do just friendlies because that's not what I mean. If you
Yeah.
want to come
So
up, if they want to kind of challenge your position on this, that's what we're trying to do.
yeah, I thank you for that time. If I could get that chart information, I would love that.
it's from Pew Research. I don't have a source on. I'll message my shoot me a TikTok message and I'll ask my friend who put it where he got it. I know it's from Pew, but he may have a link for it. And then message me on TikTok. If I get it, I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. See ya.
So you did do the math? Okay. So if
I did. Yeah.
yeah, I just was confirming. I was
Look at
saying,
me.
okay, you did do the math.
I was just proud.
I mean,
Jamie sent a message just said thank you, Jamie. Did I get? I don't think I got. There's a couple that came in here. Gina says from Cell. I just want to thank you for all your hard work, Jay, and for being in a tiny group of white men I trust. Thank you. That means a lot, actually. It really does.
probably small.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Sergio says I showed up late. Did you see what Nick? Oh, I'd read that one. Okay, cool. All right. Who's next?
All right. Do you want to do one by one or yeah?
Yeah, just you can. If you do it, that's the easiest way for me.
I know.
I can't fuck it up.
I mean, you still can, but
We'll see.
Hey, Jay.
and so
Hey.
this isn't Cam.
No,
Oh.
I am not Cam. I know you guys keep saying it, but no, I'm glad to be put in the same category as Cam, but I am not Cam.
What is Cam's? Cam has one with like, what's his? It's sports something.
He has one that's sports. It's he seems to request the same times you do. I mean,
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah. Anyways, what's up?
So I guess like I agreed to a point of what you're doing, but I think the one thing that has to be done is like, especially in the conversation with Justin, like it felt like as soon as you got him to in a cornered spot, he pivoted away from it.
Mhm.
And like I think like if we're gonna get them to understand the things that we understand, like we have to hold their feet to the fire on those types of things. Like you get like
Yeah.
do you get what I'm
let me
saying
just.
there? Like I
Yeah,
guess it's
where
like
the
checking for understanding in a classroom kind of thing.
yeah, where I'm torn a little bit is like, I'm trying to have conversations until like the conversation breaks down, and I actually think the takeaway was once it broke down, like pull back from the conversation. And if they want to come back again, like that's kind of the strategy is that I need to
Okay.
knock it into that. So I went too far into the Trump stuff, and it'll like sometimes I'll just be in a mood, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
But I think what you do is once you get to a point where you're running into a wall, you just cut. And I
Yeah,
suck
and
at
and
that, so I gotta be better.
I just kind of I put that in the Discord because like that's what separates like good teachers from great teachers is like checking for understanding of the people that they're trying to educate.
Yeah, good point.
And sometimes when that pivot happens, that checking for understanding doesn't happen because they're trying to move on to something that they think they understand.
Yeah, fair enough.
And also I'll end on this note. Even California didn't go red because they don't like
It
the
didn't.
49ers either.
Oh, you bitch. I hate you. Get out of
Don't
here.
worry about it. My Bengals lost on a 2-point conversion last.
Good, you deserved it. Oh, there were a lot of penalties. You guys got hosed on that one.
I think before I know you said you were getting ready to wrap up because it's late. One recommendation I think is I know you want to have these conversations, but sometimes when it's going on, and I mean Justin's one example, him pivoting, putting some kind of time frame where I'm like if you can go for a long time.
Who the fuck are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
You
I've got to go to bed in 10 minutes. I'm not going to watch a clock. Are you out of your
No.
mind? We know that's not gonna
I could
happen.
probably track how long it was because I messaged you and I texted you and you didn't look for like at least an hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it didn't matter. Look, there might be a time when I get better. I'm gonna work on it, but I'm not making any promises that I'm not convinced I can keep. But I will try to be better. How about that?
All right.
That's not
Well,
bad though. If it was an hour and a half and I thought it was 30 seconds, hello, it's not bad.
that's what she said.
Who wants 30 seconds now?
I mean,
Deontay, what's up?
Hello, sir.
there you
Hey,
go.
Hello. I'm here. Going off of what Sports was saying, I kind of agree with him. Like, I was listening to a live the other day.
wait, who
And
was saying? Sorry.
the Sports,
Oh, okay.
whatever his
It
name
better
is.
not be about the 49ers. I'll lose my shit.
I'm a 49ers fan,
All right,
bro.
good. All right, we're good, Deontay. All right, sorry. I got a little aggressive there. That's on
Um,
me.
yeah. But no, I think we should hold their feet to the fire. Because at some point we can't keep playing the nice guy because the nice guy so far has gotten us nowhere. Um, that's probably my biggest grievance with the party right now is everyone wants to take the high road, but every time we take the high road, we keep losing to this jackass. Excuse my language.
Yeah. No, I don't think I'm taking the high. To be clear, I don't think I'm taking the high road.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm taking the only road that has a chance at being effective.
Gotcha.
If we were just meaner about Trump, it wouldn't change their vote. And because we're not messaging to the voters that they're messaging to, like let's just say a voter comes on and you're arguing with somebody that doesn't know anything, but their stuff makes sense if you don't have data, right? And
Yeah.
you're just eviscerating them. You're not going to come off well to somebody else. So that's kind of the idea. Is like, so I need to figure out when to pull away from that conversation. But like I can't hold somebody's feet to the fire that doesn't give a fuck what I say and isn't gonna vote that way anyways and already has their mind made up. It feels like a little bit of a waste of time there.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. So I'm
Um,
gonna try and again I haven't figured it out yet. It'll be I'll try some different things and I'll have good days and bad days, but that's kind of the idea.
yeah. I just don't want to see us make the same mistake twice. Like with the Schnazi stuff in the 1930s with Germany and stuff like that. Like after that, they like made them know, like, no, we're not allowing this ever again.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
this is not acceptable.
yeah.
I don't think we should go that extreme, but
Well, yeah, but what we can do is we can go after the symptoms rather than the people. Like, we can figure out like where this root cause came from. And I really do think that
Mhm.
if you don't have a lot of information and you get and you're debating with somebody and they are especially if you're getting like absolutely pummeled and then they conclude with you're a schmatzi, then I
Yeah,
think you're more and if you're a person who like you came in to debate, you just wanted to win or you're having fun, you're gonna leave that not only more convinced that your guy's right, but also far more loyal. And so
I
I
get
don't
what
know.
you're
Like
saying.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
think as I looked through the data as the exit data, there were just groups of people that you can see that were asked certain questions. It's like, okay, well, our messaging should have been better for them, but they voted for Trump. So how can we tweak our messaging so that this group of people would consider us? And I think part of that for some of them would be like they feel like that everybody calls them a schmatzi, right or wrong. So
Yeah, I don't call them that. I just yeah,
yeah,
that's going a
you
little
say way
crazy.
worse than that. Yeah, I call them bitches. Yeah,
Like my coworkers, like I work with a bunch of people who like Trump, which sucks
yeah,
for me because man, living in Texas hurts.
yeah. That's cool
um,
for you though. That's cool for you though. You don't have to help anybody tie their shoes. It's all Velcro, so that's good.
like these fools reelected Ted Cruz.
Yeah, they did.
I'm just
They
like,
sure,
come
they
on,
sure
did
did.
the freeze was the freeze not enough? Like,
It
what are we
wasn't.
doing here?
It wasn't.
But
Yeah,
I was telling my coworker, uh, I was like, I hate that I feel like a lot smarter than a lot of people that live here. And he was like, there's a lot of smart people out here. I was like, they're not that damn smart.
yeah. N-
I think
Nobody.
some of it were people, in some ways, people on the left typically are more educated. The more education you have, the
Yeah.
further left you go. I think some of the approaches of outright implying that someone's racist automatically, or that, you know, they're fascist I mean, it makes people uncomfortable. And we had lots of people coming into the live talking about their pocketbook and their anecdotes of how they felt about different things. And I think some of the messaging could have been improved in some ways. We're addressing some of those issues that they had, those actual concerns.
Yeah.
And not so much you don't really know what the economy is fine, but because statistically it looks good. Trying to figure out some of that messaging.
Yeah, because they go off of what they feel, what they experience in real life, not what
Yeah.
the statistics show, which kind of sucks. Like, I understand. I try to tell, like, when people complain, I'm like, I don't like that the prices are this high either, but I mean, this is what we got to deal with. So you can either complain or change how you spend money.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people aren't going to do that. Like, I try to have these conversations with my coworkers. God, it's hard. But all right, I'm gonna let you
Good
go.
job, you. All right, brother. It's good talking to you.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Yes,
see you.
sir.
Bye. Any of these people op? Do you
I
know,
mean,
Jen?
they're not. I mean, I think these are the. So if you guys are in requests, if you want to challenge Jay's position, please stay in requests. If you're not, you just want to come up and talk, please drop out.
Talking to you, Fuzzy.
Yes, you, Fuzzy.
Fuzzy's
So I see
lonely.
three. I see 3 people. Do you see more than that?
No, I just see 3.
Okay.
Carrie, same thing.
Alright.
Fuzzy, we already talked today. We'll do it again sometime.
Carrie, please disagree with his position because I don't want to be mean. I mean, I'll be mean, but I don't want to.
Fair enough. What's up, Carrie?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just had one really quick thing about messaging.
Yeah.
So I'm not off or anything. Was one thing that I would never understand why Democrats would never brag about themselves, like what they accomplished. It would always be like Donald Trump would be the one that's bragging on things he didn't even do. And then Democrats would like never talk about things they would have accomplished over their, what they got done. So I just thought that like if they would have done that more, or you guys would have because every time they'd say, well, what did Kamala do when she was, vice president? She didn't get anything done. And people would be like, well, what do vice presidents do? They don't do anything anyway. And I just wanted to be like, I wanted someone to say, what are you talking about? They accomplished the most, incredible legislation you've ever seen. And
Well, I think the problem was, like Jen was just saying, is that you can tell people that things are bouncing back, but if they're still hurting, they don't really care about that. So I don't think, honestly, I don't think that there was anything during. I didn't feel particularly that we needed to brag about a lot of things, simply because like we were just doing simple legislative work, and we were slowly fixing the problem.
But Trump
But
would
if
have
you
never
look at
done those things. He
right,
would
but
have
if you
never. He
yeah,
would
but
have
if you
made
look
the
at the
economy.
if you look at the voters, I don't think bragging about it would have changed anything. If we would have explained it, I think maybe what you're saying though is if we would have messaged it, like rather than brag, but if it would have been open and easy to understand that we were on the right path, sure. And maybe that's next time we choose a person for president who can communicate a message, because Biden wasn't very good at communicating a message. So that was going to be
But no one
tough for
ever
him.
is on that side. On our side,
Yeah.
it's like
And he
always
never was
horrible.
terribly great at it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish someone would be like, we did a lot of things and they were really good.
I also think that some of the things that we could have possibly stated, for example, like the partial, after birth abortion, stuff like that, having a more concrete stance and a response to that, stating the position.
Yeah. Like
I
getting
feel
it with a doctor saying this is not a thing that's ever done. And
Well, that, and also too the there was a lot. I mean, I think Tommy was talking about this the other night. Starting out calling them weird. That got attention, and
they hated that.
sometimes the left or Democrats are too soft. They're too politically correct in a lot of ways. And I think maybe meeting them a little bit, calling, so people you can see your email screen. I don't know if you know that.
It's not, I don't have Outlook. I don't care. That just popped
Okay.
up. It's not real.
But just some of that, like addressing some of it, because either taking the high road too much or it just gets people a little out of touch. So,
Yeah.
because it gives this elitist vibe, I think, that we're better than.
But I just wish they would. I just wondered if any of the MAGA knew. I know they probably wouldn't have cared, but I'm just like, did they know all legislation he passed that helped all Americans? I just always wondered. Like, I know it probably wouldn't have mattered, but
No, but
it's frustrating.
but we got to the point where you know, 8 years of Trump, and now we've got 4 more. Like it was so politicized and so Trump focused that I don't, even if we had tried to message it better, I don't think it would have worked. I just don't think it would have made it through all the other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an impossible situation. I
Yeah.
get it.
It looks like you've got an op. And
Okay. Cool.
Okay,
We'll take
thank
one more and then
you.
we'll go. Well, thank you so much, Carrie. Appreciate it.
Yep. See ya. Bye.
See you. Bye. Who's op? Steve. Okay.
Yeah.
What's up,
He
Steve?
called Biden the biggest welfare case.
Oh.
And Trump will save America again.
What's up, Steve?
You know, I'm very happy. I'm elated because I'm telling you something. America's went backwards 40 years, if not more. And Joe Biden, he just changed. You know, it upset me to know that you've allowed not only the border to be open, and that many people run in on us. And remember, this bill is going to cost us for a long time. You can make that smirky face, but I'm telling you right now, that's going to be taking a lot of time and a lot of money,
brother. I'm just getting a drink of water
to take care of this situation.
I'm just getting a drink of water.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize, but I'm just saying that, you know, we come down to just women being upset because they don't want to be able to do with their whatever they want to do with their body. I kind of understand that. I'd never say you can't do what you want to do like that. But I also wonder if they really believe in God and divine.
Some states do, though, right?
Well, the states are going to still take care of it. It looks like a lot of the states are still going to fix it and take care of it the way they want it fixed.
Yeah, but
so,
But like if you look at Florida, for example, they voted on whether or not they wanted abortion protections, and 57% of Floridians said we want protections, and the state legislature had made a rule that like, no, you have to get 60%. We don't trust our citizens enough to make decisions, so we're going to make it be 60%, and other than that, we'll make the decisions. So in Florida, you've got a 6-week abortion ban that nobody agrees with, nobody wants. The majority of the state wants much more broad protections for abortion. We don't have it. Idaho, same thing. Texas, same thing. They have decided not to put it into the hands of the voters. And that I think that when we talk about that, like, I don't think that that's like Donald Trump's fault, but we did know that if you undid Roe v. Wade, that this is exactly what would happen. That certain states, because they're not required or obligated to listen to their voters, that they would just strip those rights from women.
I know it's a really tough one because I'm in the state of Ohio, and 6 months ago we had that vote, and the majority wanted to have the allowance of abortion. So, I mean, it's a tough one. But I honestly, I'm 64 years old, and I don't think we should be willy-nilly about anything. This is a divine thing, and it needs to be. They can still get it done. It's just wherever they want to go.
What do you mean it's a divine thing?
I believe this came from some far, far above us. I'm talking about a God thing. This is when you're having
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, the baby? The baby came from God? Is that what you're saying? Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we all did, but we get the right to live, so why is it right to kill,
Well, do you think that there should be exceptions for people who either are raped or incest?
Yes, I agree. I think totally. Like I said.
Wait, hold on. So why is it okay? So it's okay to kill?
Well, now hold on. You're talking about different situations to where if it's a rape, I'm not. First of all,
Steve.
Let me say.
Steve.
Oh, let me say something here. Let me say.
Steve, you have not stopped talking. Chill out. We're trying to use TikTok friendly language. So if you can just watch with the full word, that'd be great. I muted you. You can unmute now. And don't cut me off because I can mute you.
Go ahead.
No, she's just telling you, Steve, to use TikTok language so we don't put our live in jeopardy. When Jen talks, by the way, it's a rule on my
I
live.
apologize. I didn't.
When Jen talks, everybody else goes quiet. That's the rule here, because Jen only
And I
interrupts when she needs to.
And I was asking, in the case of the R word or incest, why are those babies not as important? Why do those have less value?
Well, if you stop back and remember what I said way back in this conversation, I'm never going to force a woman to do any of this. It's up to the woman ultimately.
Why are those? Can you answer my question? Why do those babies have less value in your worldview?
I'm saying under the conditions, if a woman has been overtaken and forced into that situation and the pregnancy comes out of it, I don't know what words I'm allowed to say and not
You're not
say here.
answering my question. Why do those babies have less value?
I don't even understand what you mean.
Let me see if I can help. So, Steve, you said that a child has a right, like a baby comes from God. It has the right to live. Everybody has that right to live. But you are taking away that right to live for instances of grape and incest. So what Jen is saying is, why does the baby conceived out of grape or incest have less value than the baby that was conceived consensually?
In my opinion, I figure it's up to the woman with the circumstances. It came out of love. It came out of the circumstance. I've always said all along, it's up to the woman. It's not me, but don't spend my federal monies in this situation where it's bad enough already.
You're aware that your federal funds do not go to that, correct?
Well, when we have a nation that's been overran with probably 25 million
Do you know
illegals
that
right
federal
now,
funds do not go for that health care?
our federal funds do spend a lot of money on health care.
Not on that particular service. No, it's not.
I'm sorry, I'd argue that with you. I believe
Under the
it
Hyde
very
Amendment,
much so.
no, it's not.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't believe in having the federal funding to pay for any of that, and we've got the states
And
that
you're
they
in
can
luck.
go to.
Your federal funds don't go there because of the Hyde
Okay.
Amendment.
Look, you can still get it done. So what's the argument?
Well, the argument is that you said that you don't care what people do as long as federal funds aren't being used to pay for it. The Hyde Amendment's been around since the 70s. This hasn't been a thing that's been available since the 70s. And so we're just saying, like, we're trying to find common ground, not necessarily stump you, but I do think that there's a lot of people in this country who have been lied to that federal funds are used for AB, and they're not. And there's literally millions of Americans who repeat the same thing you just did. And our goal is just to make sure, like, we don't care if you vote like us or not. Our goal is to get to a point where we can agree on facts so that we can make good decisions. And so that's why we're asking the question. It seems like the premise was all children have the right to life, but then there was this exception where some children didn't have the right to life. And then when we asked about that, you're like, no, I don't really care about that. I just don't. People can do whatever. I just don't want federal funds being used, and federal funds aren't. So it does seem like we do have agreement here. You personally are not for abortion. You believe that those children are a gift from God. They are given their life from God, but you recognize that it's not your role to say what women do. And as long as federal funds aren't used for it, you're cool with it. It sounds like we're all kind of in agreement, honestly.
Yeah, but you did say also that I said that I didn't care as long as it wasn't federally funded. I do care, but there isn't anything really I can do about it. You can get it done.
Sure.
You can still get it done.
That's what I meant by don't care. That's what I meant by don't care. Like, you're not going to put up a fuss because it's not because you recognize that it's not affecting your rights. So even if you care deeply, you recognize that it maybe isn't the role of the government to force your beliefs on other people, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of it is a little bit of what how interwoven you are about Christ or the belief of the divine or whatever's in that. It's sad to know. The sad part is there's going to be people who are going to be birthed and they're going to have a tough life. And it could have been so awful, a Jeffrey Dahmer type or whatever, but you're never going to be able to control to the nth degree.
Sure.
You can't.
I
And
think my issue with a lot of these arguments, what it comes down to, is it comes down to control. Often there's men who are never going to be in this type of situation where they, won't carry a pregnancy or how it affects them directly, and want to legislate women for what they view as, I can't think of slut shaming. I mean, you've referenced your faith many times, and you're entitled to that, but not everyone has your same faith. And I think that's
of course,
the First Amendment in the Constitution is, freedom of and from religion. If you're allowed to have your faith, but not everybody else follows that same faith.
right. We have a right to burn in hell.
100%. I mean, if I believe
Yeah.
in that, that'd be fine, but I don't. So your belief in God shouldn't have an effect on me.
I've watched you guys many, many times, and I've never got to talk to you, and I appreciate the time. But I'm just worried about us backsliding in this country to, like on Easter when you're at the Capitol or the White House, whatever, the transgender situation, and we have more. It's just crazy. I'm 64.
Can I ask you a question about that, just so I see where we're at? Do you understand that that date is like the transgender? I think it's called Transgender Awareness Day. It's a specific date, right? But Easter, but Easter's not a specific date. Easter rotates, and so those dates just happened to fall on the same day. But I just wonder if you recognize that. I know that a lot of religious folks. I come from a religious background. I know that you guys don't think, or maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth. I know some religious people don't think that being transgender is a real thing, and that's okay. They don't have to think that. I don't think your God is real, and that's okay. I don't have to think that. But I'm not advocating that we, like, if the opposite was true, I would say, I think it's bullshit that the Christians get to share this day, right? So you're okay with you guys having a day and you having representation, but people who you don't necessarily think are thinking realistically, you don't want to offer them the same thing that everybody else offers you. We offer you that your belief in God is within you. We can't see it. You can't show it to us. You can't convince us of it. It's just inside of you, and you have every right to believe that and celebrate it. But what is frustrating is when the people who have the right to celebrate and live how they want say, because of what I believe and because of how I want to live, I'm going to take that right away from other people because they think differently than me, and because I believe mine came from God. That's how the rights should be granted. And let's just say that in a different world, there's another world, and they believe in a different God than yours, and it's not real. And it's like you, myself, Jen, we all agree that the God they believe in isn't real, right? Should they also get to celebrate their holidays? What about Muslims? Should Muslims be able to celebrate their holidays? What about Jewish folks? Should they be able to celebrate their holidays? If we're going to give one group the ability to celebrate who they are, who they feel they are, then we can't cut that off when that thing just happens to go against your religious beliefs. Because my religious beliefs, the things I believe greatly in, most of what you guys believe goes against what I believe. But I think you have the right to do it, and I don't want to stop you from being able to practice what you believe.
What state are you in?
I live in Arizona now.
Arizona or something?
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah. Okay. I told you I'm in Ohio, and I'll come out there and see you. And when you see me, you will see God.
Brother, no, that's silly. That's silly.
No, I know it is.
I was raised in a high demand religion, an actual cult.
I appreciate you. I really do.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. You did good. But, I don't take that away. But something I really want to say is, I can go with everything you just said. But don't you think that was a big faux pas on Biden to do that. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a slap in the face when you think
I
about
realize
the
that date
country
had
in a
been
whole.
established like
That
20
was a
years prior.
stupid move.
Yeah,
Steve,
no,
that
it was
That
only
was a stupid move.
only a stupid move to Christians. And that's the thing I want to change in our culture. I agree that Christians were upset about it. Where I don't agree is that they're justified in being upset about that. And there are some things that we need to learn to figure out how to disagree on without stripping rights from people. You know what I mean?
and also that
Yeah.
that date was set like 20 years prior. Like that specific date. It was made a
Well, I
holiday
mean,
or
I wouldn't.
Resignation Day.
I would really love to talk to you for hours because I honestly believe that we're all trying to get to God, different denominations and everything, and I don't think God's love is so much stronger than our love. But when you
Personally, I'm
stop
not.
and
It's not. That's the furthest from my goal.
well, when do you have children, Miss? Whoever you
do.
are,
I do,
do you love them?
of course.
Okay, you do love them, and you
Yeah.
do have children,
Yep.
and do you figure they're a miracle?
No, she was planned. There's.
It's not even a
Would you like to
miracle,
have a
really.
conversation of how babies are made, Steve?
It's like
Oh,
She was planned. See, when
it's just
either when a man loves a woman or you have a lot of fun one night with too much booze, things happen and babies can be made.
what about the makeup of that baby, that person, and everything? What about what they? I mean, don't you want to lead them to something that is possibly? I mean, we're on a ball here
as
that
long
spends
as she
enough
doesn't
to
like,
close it up.
as long as she's probably gonna lead a prison gang if I'm honest. If she's anything like me, but I mean, as long as she's a good person.
Well, I figure there's a whole lot more to this than just this basic. We went to bed and cohabitated and we have what we have. There's if you take the time, I could tell you some amazing things you'd probably never believe. But if you take the time to study,
I was raised Catholic. I know this. I'm familiar, and that's why
yeah,
I have a hard. One of the things I have an issue with is people. You just asked me if I love my daughter, and that's a
right,
given. I have an issue
okay,
with people who follow a faith and they stop loving their child because they are gay or that they're trans or they have something else that the religion doesn't agree with. To me, that's not very loving.
right. I agree, but there's a lot of reasons people quit loving. I mean, just like Jeffrey Dahmer, I think I mentioned
God, that's
earlier.
the second.
You,
Yeah, we're doing Dahmer tonight.
well, no, I brought him up earlier because I'm going to tell you, whatever got into Jeffrey Dahmer, like a pedophile to me would go down before Jeffrey Dahmer. At first, I thought
Careful with your
kill
words,
him.
please.
Hey, that's language.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Sorry.
don't know this product
I know
very
it's
well,
great.
but
It's fine.
I'm so sorry. But when you know that something can get in you and you see these cases, and where does it come from? And there are good and evil forces. And I mean, you may not believe in praying. And my folks, my dad was Catholic. My mother converted. My oldest son's converted. He's in his 40s and very professional because his wife was Catholic. I'm not sold in Catholicism, but I'd have to talk to you for hours, and I
You
could talk to
do
you
you
for hours
believe?
because I'm
Do you
telling you
believe Dahmer's going to heaven?
it's possible. Hitler could be going to heaven. It's possible.
Do you see
I mean,
how
we're
for
all
like?
going to die
Do
of
you
this
see how for
physical body.
non-religious folks like that, that's hard to accept? Like Jeffrey Dahmer, basically, he lives this horrific life, and then on his deathbed's like, "I accept Jesus," and you're like, "Great, you're saved." Do you see how for us, like, and frankly, like coming from a high demand religion, one of my best friend told me when he left religion, I just asked him, I'm like, "How are you feel?" And he said, "You know what's crazy? The thing is all this time, I thought I was doing the right thing because of my religion. But now that I don't have it and he doesn't believe in God, he believes when we die, we die." He said, "I don't put things off anymore. If I love my kids today because today might be my last day. I love my wife today because today might be my last day. I prioritize my day today because today might be my last day." And years later, if you ask him, the difference between his life is he's like, "I'm so much more fulfilled now because for forever I was able to put off life because I'm like, I'll do it in the afterlife. It'll be fine in the afterlife. And so when we're dealing with religious people who are like, there's a get out of jail free card at the end, it's hard because I think that sometimes, and we have to be aware of this, those of us like myself, Jen, yourself, who are raised religious, that the willingness to believe things without evidence is bred into us. Because we don't have
Yeah.
evidence outside of our own feelings that the things in the Bible and the thing like Jesus are real. We don't have hard evidence that we can present. And so we learn from an early age that evidence isn't totally necessary. And so we just have to be aware that that bleeds into other parts of our lives. It is easier for the three of us to believe things without evidence than it would be for somebody who wasn't raised that way. So we just have to be aware of it.
You know, you said a lot there perfectly. I'll leave you with this because this could go on and on forever, and I'd love to
Sure.
talk to you more and more because I always was kind of had an edge against you. I always thought,
I
man,
hear
this
you.
guy's an idiot. He's leftist, and I
People want
apologize.
to edge on Jay.
You're
So
not alone there.
But
Shut up, Jen. Shut
we're
your
going to
damn
get
mouth.
we're going to get better in this country. I'm telling you. Trump might even allow Hunter freedom. But I want to go back to this before I forget. Okay, every day I'm not that strong of a Christian. I own a trucking company, a small trucking company. I'm 64. I want to retire. So most of my life it's been where I could be praying as hard as I could be praying, driving down the road, and a broad goes by me and flips her top down, and I forgot about the prayer.
Those
Okay.
glory holes are a motherfucker. They're tough. It's tough to say no. I hear you.
No, I mean, if you're driving down the road and the broad flips her top down, you can be praying as best you could.
Literally never
You
happens
know
to
what I
me.
mean?
It's
To her
never
chest.
happens to me. What's going on? Where are
Well,
you driving
when
a
you're in a
truck?
semi truck.
Okay.
Well, it don't happen every
Well, Jay,
day,
you
but
don't understand certain jokes, so
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
yeah, it's just that the gal would be beside you passing you, and sometimes they'll flip their top. There used to be a radio host who had a certain day of the week where you pop your, you know what, out, the boobs. And anyway, the prayer I could be praying as hard as ever, and my prayers forgot about. It's on that.
Maybe it's not
So
an
what I'm
effect. Maybe it's not a very effective tool.
But what I want to leave you with though is I guess I'm humble enough and thankful enough. That's why I asked the young lady about loving her children. I love my children so much that I always go back and I'm grateful to however I pray to God. Because sometimes it's not the uniform thing. It's like
Sometimes it's
however
with a
you
face full
are.
of titties. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, you never know.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I'm
from
grateful
your
for those
following list, I
too.
can see
But
what you like to pray to.
no, I don't think you got it understood. You know what I mean? I'm seriously, my life is far more at 64 than when I was 30 and this kind of stuff happened. It's like, my God, I wasn't
Th-
praying nothing like I'm praying now. But I'm
Yeah, I do
saying,
need to
I'm
tell you, Steve.
saying
There's
to,
a lot of people who are saying that your following list seems to be an awful lot about
It doesn't
boobs.
seem very godly.
Yeah, that's what people are
okay,
saying.
but what I'm trying to tell you something here,
Okay,
really.
sorry. I'm sorry. I
What
shouldn't have
I'm
brought that
saying
up.
is seriously, is yes, some days my praying is, it's there, but I'm saying always am
Sometimes
I
it's
thankful.
like EY instead of AY.
Well, I'm always thankful to, I figure it's the creator for my children and my grandchildren. I mean, extremely grateful. I mean, grateful, very, very grateful, to tears grateful,
Yeah.
agape. I mean, it's love. It's very much, I'm so grateful. So I take that, the seriousness, and I think that whatever above us is powerful enough that gave
I
us
think it's
what
the
we have.
sun. It's the sun.
So, well, believe what you want, however you
I do.
want. But I mean, it's a very, very. Do you have children yourself?
Yeah, I do.
He's got a son of
Okay.
his own too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just want you to
When
know
I
that
was
I
blowing
am.
kisses earlier, you might have thought it was to you. It was actually to her. She's going to bed. So.
Ah, man, you're breaking my heart.
I
But
hear you.
anyway, that's what I want to leave you with, and I do
All right.
appreciate the time with you guys. And I hope you have a good night. And
Yes, sir.
you're going to see the next 4 years. You're going to be happy. You're not going to be
Wait, before
sad.
you leave, can I ask you one question before you leave?
Oh, I'm
Can
out of
you
questions.
just
Go ahead.
just help me understand how you are supporting a man who has cheated on every wife that he's had and other people, who, let's be honest, is not a Christian man like he claims, versus Joe Biden, who is a devout Catholic that is in mass every Sunday. do you not see that to be hypocritical, where your faith is very important to you and your religion? But to me, that's very contradictory. Can you help me understand that?
Well, first off, you don't understand, you don't know the history about Joe Biden,
That him being a devout Catholic?
about him and children and his daughters showering with him and stuff like this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What
We're
about
not
him?
doing
What
this.
about him rubbing? Well, now you guys brought it up. I
We're not
apologize. What
doing
about
this.
him getting his legs rubbed and the hair was raising up and stuff? I mean, hey, and then when he stands there and says, "I give you my word as a Biden. I've never known any Biden but this Biden," and he stands there, and I thought, I can't believe you as a Biden, because there's possibility of you selling out to other countries. So as far as the safety, I think, good Lord willing, we'll be safer with Trump. I think we'll get it back to not being overwhelmed.
Why does the Lord need Trump? What's he need Trump for?
Dude, really, I mean,
Trump
honestly,
really kind of is the epitome of the, Antichrist. I mean, he pretty much goes against everything, Jesus would believe in. I mean, didn't Jesus say, welcome, the poor, the hungry, the tired, all that kind of stuff? Would
Yeah,
Jesus have mass deported people in the country?
well, I think he also wants you to use your head, and we could be in really
using
deep
mine.
trouble. Yeah, I think you are. But I also realize that we have a lot of people in this country that we're going to be paying for a long time. That's very, very unsafe for this country. They wouldn't take much to raise a lot of havoc very fast. But to go back to your
All right.
question,
Well, Steve, I know you
think
I
he's
know
a
you could talk
different
to us
man.
forever, but we'll let you get going.
But I do think Trump's a different man now. He's been shot at. And they're going to shoot at him more. And I think he's a different man. But yeah, I think in a position of him being a billionaire, and he could have had the real life, and he's still standing up for, what do you think he's standing up for? I think he wants to get this country
He's trying
back
to
to
stay out
where.
of prison.
Well, that's too bad, because the left is chasing after him. And I think this stuff's getting tossed left and right now. Except for Letitia James, it sounds like right now. She's going to be the last one standing, it looks like.
Yeah, it's true. Because in this country, you can't prosecute a sitting president. And so what's happening right now with like Jack Smith and these other prosecutors is, if they dismiss the charges, and that they can get all of this on the record before it just gets wiped out. So they're just trying to get the stuff on the record, because once Trump's president, you can't prosecute him anymore. And for any federal crimes, he'll just pardon himself. And even though like 12 years ago, we didn't think that was possible, we now have a Supreme Court who says that is possible. So that's what's happening now, is that these things are being dropped where they can, so that there's a record of it.
Well, and I don't remember what it was, but remember at one point, Hunter got out of something because they drug their feet on it long enough. They said, hey, the time's limit.
The
is
idea
hit.
tonight was to avoid talking Trump v. Biden, so I'd rather it end there. And we'll just say roll tide and call it a night.
Roll tide, buddy. Hey, God bless you guys.
Fuck you.
Really,
All right,
take care.
all right, brother. Have a good night.
Take care.
Bye,
Thank
Steve.
you very much. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye.
All right. 7 o'clock, wrap it up.
Let me read. What'd you just say?
Wrap it up.
What'd you say before that? What time did you say it was?
I said 7. Oh, you're mountain time, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're on different. Okay, gotcha.
Different time
All
zone
right.
now.
I have a comment. Bree said, "I know the guest talked about showing you God, but I think you can find that or heaven feet between my legs. Once we're done, we can go to hell together in a handbasket. We can also explore those glory holes, but specifically mine. After I'm done with you, you'll want to go repent." Jesus. Tiffany says, "Steve J, let's meet up. You'll see God." Whips. Tiffany says, "Steve J, let's meet up. You'll see God." Whips his dick out.
Oh,
No
praise
offense,
be
Steve.
Father God.
I named it God so I could do this. Kristen, this is from Bree, but courtesy of Kristen. "We don't have to look for God, but I bet you could make me scream his name." Thanks, Kristen. How you guys are teaming up now? I think that was it. All right, that's it. Anything from you,
You
Jen?
took Venmo, Cash App, both.
That's what I just read. Yeah.
All right. I
Both
mean,
of 'em.
well, praise be Father God. We get
Praise Father God.
so.
All right,
Bless
everybody.
you all.
Well, we made it through one day. I'll be back. Probably not tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know what the schedule looks
No.
like tomorrow, but for sure, free will.
No.
If I'm back tomorrow, Jen will not be back tomorrow. But plan on
That's
Monday.
such bullshit. You know that's not true.
All right, that's true. Monday, am I at 10:30 Pacific now? Is that what it is? Yeah. So the show time has changed from 9. Am I doing that right? Yeah, from 9:30
Just say
Pacific
Mountain Time.
to
Just say Mountain
8:30.
Time.
8:30 Pacific. It's the other way. It's the other way.
Yes, I know.
You got it right and left. Anyway, so show's on at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Friday on TikTok, and then for now we'll plan on Tuesdays and Fridays having an evening show, and then I will be gone for 8 days from the 12th to the 20th, and so I'm sorry.
The
Just in
12th is
advance.
Tuesday, right? You're leaving on Tuesday?
I
The
don't know.
12th?
It is the
Oh.
12th, but I don't know what day that is.
Yeah, oh, it's a Tuesday.
Tuesday
So,
it is.
if you guys haven't
Terrific.
subscribed to YouTube, RTP Talks, please do that. If you want an invite to our Discord, you can message any moderator and we can send you one. And any other messages before we close?
Yeah, there's no. Sorry, I was reading somebody in the chats. I'm Groot said Arizona isn't real. I don't know why that made me laugh. Tiffany sent it. There was no message with it, but thank you, Tiffany. And let me check Venmo one more time. We're good on Venmo. Guys, thanks so much. I'm glad we had a lighthearted way to end. For those who are asking, this is called a lot lizard. That's what that is. So you can look that up on your own. Jen and I will see you on Monday and maybe Saturday. If I go live Saturday, I'll just go on other people's lives so Jen doesn't have to deal with it. How about that, Jen? That's a good olive branch.
We'll figure it out. We'll see.
Yeah,
All right.
Jen,